All right, we are going live. We are live. Welcome, everybody, to another BTR stream. I am your host, Lev Polyakov. It is a great pleasure to be here. You could find me on Twitter at LevPo, and we are here to talk libertarianism, specifically the two camps. Pro LP, Libertarian Party that is, and anti LP. And we have with us Spike Cohen. You are running for VP under the Libertarian Party. So I'm very honored to have you here with us at Break the Rules. And we are also joined once again by Jake, once again by Remzo Martinez, and we've got some newcomers here. We've got Keith Knight, Scott Spalding, and Brian Nichols. Welcome, everybody. So why don't we start with Spike? Can you tell us a little bit about what's going on with the campaign right now, and what are your current aims?
Absolutely, Lev. Thanks for having me on. So our campaign is going amazingly. I'm actually in beautiful Worcester, Massachusetts, on part of this ongoing around the country tour that Joe and I are both doing, crisscrossing the country, talking with everyday Americans about the problems that they're facing and showing them how our common sense libertarian policies are the solutions to the problems that have been created by the Republicans and Democrats in their exclusive control of every lever of power of government for over 160 years now. We've been having a great run at it. We are being told time and time again that the people on the ground are seeing more excitement for this campaign than they've seen for any other libertarian campaign before. The polls are showing us that we are outperforming where other previous candidates have polled. And we also got a great shot in the arm. Shout out to our opponents who gave us a big boost 2 nights ago by engaging in what I, for one, will not sully the good names of train wrecks or plane crashes or dumpster fires to compare that debate performance to any of those things. The American people saw flat out what they're going to get if they vote Republican, and a record number of Americans are searching for the other options, and most of them are finding the Libertarian Party, the only other party, the third largest political party in the country, and the only other party to be on all 50 state ballots plus DC. The only ones who are in a position at the grassroots level to contend against the Republicans and their exclusive control and the terrible outcomes that we've gotten from that.
Excellent. And now I want to go to Carl Menger, who is the last person to join us here. But I believe, Carl, you see certain situations in the Libertarian Party itself that you would have be a little bit different. Can you, well, first, can you introduce yourself a little bit, and then can you talk a little bit about that? And also, I want to remind newcomers who are here to break the rules, don't forget to subscribe. We are the greatest, most underrated live stream channel in all of YouTube history. We have the best guests. We have the most intense conversations. So thank you guys so much. Please subscribe. Carl Menger, take it from here.
Of course, and thank you, Lev. So I've been in this movement for a while. I've been
Can you
somewhat
talk a little bit louder, by the way?
observant.
Yeah, I can't
yeah.
hear you, Carl.
Sorry about that. I'll see if I can dial that up. Is that any better?
Yes.
Oh, that's
Okay.
better.
A little.
Okay. All right. So looking at the party, I've seen a few different problems. Certainly, there are issues such as all of the infighting and things that, for instance, the chairman, current chairman and previous chairman, and Nick Sarwark have done that I'm not terribly fond of. But that's not my primary issue with the party. The primary issue I have with the party is that it seems pointless. The reasons that it was founded in 1972 were threefold. We wanted to have first take advantage of the bully pulpit of a public election. We wanted to identify pro-liberty Americans, and we wanted to pressure the Republicans and Democrats to take more libertarian stances. And given the rise of the internet and all of the changes that have happened culturally, politically, and socially, I don't see that a political party is the most efficient or most effective way to do that. If it was, then those things would have happened by now. We would have gotten publicity other than having the media laugh at Gary Johnson. We would have identified pro-liberty Americans, which we can do now by looking at follower numbers on Twitter, and we would have actually pressured the Republicans and Democrats to make change. which simply hasn't happened. All of the positive change that has happened is just because it happens to align with progressive movements. I haven't seen the Libertarian Party actually doing any of these goals or actually making any real change that we need to see if we want a world set free in our lifetime.
Well, first of all, free trade, lower taxes, and relaxation of gun laws absolutely do not align with the progressive platform and have been things that have been done due to the pressure that has happened from libertarians as well as conservatives as well. Second of all, the purpose of the Libertarian Party is to contest elections. And in every single election cycle, the Libertarian Party does better, not just at the presidential election, at the presidential level, but at every single other level where more and more libertarians are being elected to office from at state and regional and local levels, and are getting closer to winning and contesting elections at the federal level as well. So in the absence of some other much larger libertarian movement that is taking great strides to be able to affect the status quo that we live in, I fail to see why we would not continue to move forward and build upon the momentum and the successes that we have. Certainly not when we've seen what has happened when people have tried to change the Republican Party from the inside and make it into a more liberty-friendly movement. We got Donald Trump. We got a $6.6 trillion budget that he proudly signed off on this year. We got a president who has run up more debt in one term than any president before him has done, including Obama in 2 terms. So I fail to see where, absent any other movement that has been able to push and run for liberty at all, at least to the same extent that the Libertarian Party has, I fail to see why we wouldn't continue to strive. Also, the Libertarian Party is not a take it or leave it type of situation where that's the only thing that you can do. Of course, there are other forms of activism and other forms of outreach that are effective as well. But the purpose of the Libertarian Party is, as a political party, to contest elections. And we are doing better than we have done previously in every single election cycle.
Before I move to Carl real quick, I would love for him to reply and then get to the other panelists after your follow-up, Spike. We have a comment from one of our great patrons, Aman Sadhu. And for those who are not aware, if you go to patreon.com/breaktherules3 and become a patron, $20 patronage gets you a beautiful print from Gio, who's going to be joining us later on at Giant Gio on Twitter. Anyway, Aman says, you can't pressure unless you create a vision of what that pressure even looks like. What does it look like to pressure big political parties? So, Spike, I'm curious what your answer to that would be before we move on.
What it looks like is what we are doing. Again, not just at the federal level, but at the state and local level as well. What it looks like is increasingly injecting ourselves into not just the political conversation, but the greater cultural conversation. I would hope that we can all agree that politics is downstream of culture. We affect the culture, and that's where other things besides political parties can also be involved in. We continue to push a more and more pro-liberty message at the cultural level, which works its way into politics as well. And in doing so, continue to win more and more elections, contest more and more elections more competitively, and also to get pro-liberty referendums on ballots, push for things like ranked choice voting so that Americans are able to choose more than just one party when they go to the polls, and a host of other things that help push the message and the policies and the activism of human liberty further and further down the road. That is what we have to do. Again, when I hear people say, well, the Libertarian Party hasn't accomplished as much as we would like, that's great. That's an excellent argument for joining the party and the greater movement and working to get more involved. But if the answer to the, in the absence, again, of anyone else that's doing anything greater, then ultimately the people who are saying, oh, well, I'm not going to join the Libertarian Party because they're not doing as much as I would like, in the absence of doing anything else, sounds just kind of like complaining.
Well, maybe not as a matter of doing not as much, but in the matter of choosing the strategy. There's kind of a controversial comment from Randy Lenz. Are libertarians' goals to maximize economic flourishing or detach themselves from the sinking ships or ruined Americans? Because maximizing economic flourishing seems to be like a silly goal at this point, and I don't think this is a viable path to detaching yourself from the rotting American corpse. Ooh.
That's a stupid question.
Yeah, that's I don't see what that even has to do with the rotting American corpse. We are not a corpse. We are a bunch of people that are under a system of presumed jurisdiction of the federal government of the United States. And the only way any of us can flourish or live better lives or prosper or be able to be more free is to, within that system, agitate as much as possible at the electoral level, at the political level, at the cultural level, at the entertainment level, at every other level, for a maximization of our individual human liberties and to take the power back from the politicians and the cronies that stole it from us.
That is fair enough. Let's go to Keith. Keith, what do you think about the Libertarian Party right now? Would you agree with Carl's statements?
No, I greatly appreciate the work that Spike and Joe are doing. Had them both on my show. I thought it went very well. Got only positive feedback. Spike, by what metric could we use to determine whether or not the LP is effectively communicating the message of self-ownership and the non-aggression principle and voluntary contracts?
Well, I mean, the biggest metric obviously is on election day. And what we have seen is in each election cycle, we have won, not just in the presidential election cycles, but also in the midterm cycles, we win that many more seats each time. We get that much higher of a percentage of the overall vote share each time. We have, I think, a huge metric right now is during a pandemic, when no other party was able to get on all 50 state ballots, and I don't think any other was even able to get on 40 state ballots. We were able to get on all 50 state ballots, plus DC, and we were even able to get on Guam, which I know that doesn't matter from a standpoint of, you know, any electoral points or anything like that, but we weren't able to do that in 2016 or 2012. During a pandemic, we were able to do it in 2020. That speaks to our level of organization at the grassroots on the ground level, and that speaks to a greater growing of our message with everyday Americans. The simple fact that we are, the metrics of our engagement on social media continues to grow exponentially, and that is happening as a direct result of us being able to increasingly share the message out there. But the ultimate, the ultimate bellwether of it is the electoral outcomes, of course.
Let's go to yes. Go for it.
Just a quick follow-up. So many people are disappointed with how Trump and Biden behaved during the debates. If we could clip out a minute or a minute and a half of what you would say to so many of the people that are now disenfranchised voters with regard to the Republicans and the Democrats, what would be your minute to 2 minute just speech to them to really get them to consider the Libertarian Party?
I would tell them that this election is far too important to continue voting for those kinds of clowns, for the very people and parties that put us in the mess that we are in right now. They will only make it worse as they continue to go until we vote for new people, not just new parties, new politicians, for a completely different way of looking at how government interacts with us. We live under a system whereby Republicans and Democrats presume the authority to rob from us and order us around as they see fit, and we are having the harmful and abusive and inequitable outcomes that we should know and expect from such an arrangement. We propose taking the power back that has been stolen from you and giving it and putting it back in your hands where it always belongs, so that you and your loved ones and your neighborhoods and communities can decide what they look like, instead of having it imposed upon them from absolute sociopaths thousands of miles away in DC, like those two clowns that were in the debate.
I would love to go to Jake of Childerberg, but before that, we have two comments that I think flow into each other. One comment is from Derek of Burning Boots podcast, for those who know about Burning Boots. He says, it's because the party is fractured. Hell, even the meaning of the word libertarian is fractured. And then we have Putuna, who says, why does it seem like the Libertarian Party is just becoming another left-wing party? The Ron Paul days seem to be long gone.
I am an anarcho-capitalist. I am both the most bottom and most right candidate that the Libertarian Party has ever run on the presidential or vice presidential ticket. We are not a left-wing party. We are a bottom unity party of anti-authoritarians working together to push a consistent libertarian message. The people that have accused us of veering left have really presented no evidence of us having a policy that is any different from the same policies that we have been pushing forward for the past 49 years. The difference is that we are increasingly reaching outside of the traditional liberty circles to other groups of Americans who are also fighting against authoritarianism. And no, we don't agree with every single tenet of the people that we are reaching out to. That's the point. We bring people into the movement who aren't fully signed on, including every single person who was watching this who did not start out as a libertarian, who initially had some other ideas that weren't very libertarian, who may still have some ideas that aren't very libertarian. That is what outreach looks like. That is what building coalitions and winning elections looks like. To the issue of us being divided, the delegates came together and put together a unity ticket of Joe Jorgensen and myself, and we are pushing that ticket across the country. I'm seeing greater unification within the party at the grassroots level than we've ever seen before.
Let's go to Jake. Jake, what do you think?
I think that the Libertarian Party is a valuable tool in the liberty movement's toolbox. I don't always agree with every strategy or every tweet or whatever it is, but I think that people who haven't been in the movement for a long time lack a little bit of perspective on this. I joined the Libertarian Party in 2006, and it has grown. And although, I worked on the Bob Barr campaign, I worked on the Gary Johnson campaign locally, and in both cases, I didn't agree with them on everything, especially I'm not particularly pleased with Bob Barr, but these are people who do bring people into the movement. And why that's not necessarily the only path to grow the movement, it is a path, and it's an important path, because whether we like it or not, people see the political dynamic as something that's impactful in their life. And when the third option is there, at least it gives them something to look at. So when I was leaving the Republican Party in high school, I ran the Young Republicans in my high school and was leaving because of the wars. And if there was no Libertarian Party, I don't think I would have ever found Rothbard or Mary Ruwart or Walter Block or any of these types of people. It's an on-ramp, and it's an important tool. And it's also a tool that exists in a world that you have to accept reality to some degree. I'm an anarchist. I don't believe that the state should exist. That doesn't mean I can ignore that the state exists.
Right.
So
exactly.
I think yeah.
Oh, go ahead. No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think that Joe and Spike have done a pretty good job running this campaign. And although I think that a lot of the issues that people probably, I would say on my side of like in the Libertarian Party, the issues that they have are more or less cultural issues. And it's not easy to talk to somebody who doesn't culturally agree with you. So when you see somebody reaching out to them, sometimes it's easy to interpret that as pandering. And I don't think that's accurate.
Exactly. That is correct. And that's the thing. If someone comes to me and says, my biggest issue in life is systemic racism, I can start arguing with them over that and get absolutely nowhere. Or I can say, hey, why don't we push policies that make powerful racists into just jerks with bad opinions? That is how you outreach to people in those circles. If I have someone reach out to me and say, I'm scared of the violence and chaos that I see in the streets, instead of me saying that the police are largely inflaming that and arguing with them over that, why don't I instead say that we should end the war on guns so that they can protect themselves against anyone who would come up to try to harm their lives and their rights and their properties? You have to reach people where they are, not just in their spaces, but from their precepts. Because if instead you try to argue with them, you get nowhere. I, especially running a national campaign, have no interest in arguing with individual people about these types of things. It's going to get us absolutely nowhere. Scott Horton says it best. We are better than the left on the things the right cares about. We are better than the left, or what I say, the left. We're better than the left on the things the left cares about. We're better than the right on the things the right cares about. And for that matter, we're better than the center on the things that they care about. So why are we arguing with them? Understand their concerns, validate those concerns, and then take them on the journey, start that journey as to how maximizing human liberty will fix the problems that they're facing. That's not pandering, it's outreach. It's how we go from having 4.5 million people vote for us for president to having 50 or 60 or however many million need to vote for us to actually win the damn thing.
Well, this brings us to a comment that was just made by Aman Sadhu. Anti-authority only sells to small minority. Most people want to be ruled. It is only an American affectation to claim otherwise. Gotta offer a better king than the old one. Okay, Spike, I would love for you to answer, and then everybody else, including Remzo and Brian, who hasn't talked, and then Scott. So go for it, Spike.
Yeah, no, people desire to be safe, they desire to be healthy, they desire to be happy. And people in power create situations that make them increasingly powerless, to make them feel as though the only way that they can move forward is to be ruled over. People don't want to be ruled over. The reason that we watch entertainment and watch shows and movies about people fighting back, every major thing we watch is about people that we would be told are terrorists in real life, people who are fighting back against the power and trying to take power back and trying to be free. That is what we yearn for. Even as little children, we yearn to be free. We need to end the conditioning and show people and meet people where they are, in the midst of their fears, in the midst of their hopes and dreams, in the midst of their concerns, and show them exactly why we are where we are, exactly how we got there, and exactly how we can get out of it. Because we know, everyone here, I presume, watching knows that the way to get out of these problems is with greater human liberty. When we stop arguing with people over what rights are or are not, when we start arguing with people over which definition of capitalism you want to use, or which definition of whatever other word you want to use is, and instead get to the meat of their issue, which are their fears, their hopes, their dreams, their concerns, and everything else, and their issues, and actually take them on the journey for human liberty, that's when you actually get somewhere with them, not just in politics, but anything else. Meet them where they are, listen to what they're saying, empathize with them, validate their concerns, and then take them on the journey to where you want to take them.
Just from my own perspective, I come from the USSR, a place where people were ruled over for quite a long time, and I have found that it was the majority of the people that actually preferred, sadly enough, to be ruled over by these KGB people, by these various leaders of the Soviet Union. And it's a sad state where you have the parents of my mom's friend that told on the KGB because my mom and her friend were reading banned books, and that made sure that they never got into university. So I'm sorry, like, from my own perspective, I think we're always going to have an elite. I would rather it be a horizontal elite than a vertical elite. But people are always going to be influenced by something, whether it's the TV show that they're watching, whether it's the podcast that they're listening to.
Oh, of course.
So
yes.
In that, like, Brian, would you like to talk a little bit about that nature of being ruled over?
Absolutely. For sure. Well, I mean, what are we supposed to be doing here? And Spike was kind of speaking to it. When you're talking about meeting people where they're at, one-on-one, you're doing sales, right? And that's one of the things we've been focusing on my show is how do you sell liberty? And it is as exactly as Spike said, you have to meet people where they're at. Because I don't know about you guys, I have never had a productive conversation with somebody by instantly starting off by saying, you're a bad person. It doesn't work that way, right? If I, and I lead a sales team, my main focus is trying to have my guys be able to build value, instill value very quickly over the phone, 30 to 45 seconds with IT directors, C-level executives. And how do you do that? You don't go in by saying, look, we sell toothpaste and soap. It's the best toothpaste and soap in the world. You call in and you sell value, right? And you sell value by asking questions. You have to ask questions. You have to learn, what is it that makes people tick? If you don't learn what makes people tick, then how are you going to actually meet them, to Spike's point, where they're at? If I don't know what actually makes you tick, I don't know what is your main level of concern, then I could just be preaching white noise to you until I actually ask the question, learn what it is that is really your main concern. Only until then can I actually speak to that. And then only then can we, to Spike's point, bring people in the movement to the forefront who can meet them where they're at. We have experts across the board in the liberty movement who can meet people from, whether it's criminal justice reform, economic reform, taxes, you go down the road, regulatory reform, the environment, bring them to the experts. That's what I'm doing on my show. It's what Remzo's doing in his show. It's what we have folks like Tom Woods and We Are Libertarians. Heck, Spike, before he decided to venture into politics, he was a podcaster. So we all know how to reach these people within our movement. Now it's on us to be indicative on reaching out to these people, bringing them to the forefront, and letting them be the teachers to the people. Because right now it's on us to be the intro, the handshake, bringing them into the movement, and then bring the experts. Let them teach. Let them focus on the things they do best. And I hate the fact that I have to run soon because it is a great panel, but definitely I see the value, because I know the main question was the Libertarian Party versus the Republican Party. I'm about what gets liberty going forward, right? Whether it's folks like Thomas Massey and Justin Amash who are in Congress on both sides of the aisle, being a Libertarian and Republican, they're both fighting the good fight, and that's what we need more of. We need more people working together, not saying, "Oh, you're not wearing my colors, you're not my friend, you're not my team, I'm not going to work with you." I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that. I know Spike's not doing that. That's why I have full-throatedly endorsed both Joe and himself for president and vice president, because we need more people who are going to build bridges, right? And I think last night or 2 nights ago for the debate, it was very obvious. People are so tired of what was on stage. They want to see some substance. And I think it would be indisputable to say without the fact that Joe Jorgensen was on that stage the other night, that we would have been as a country better off just because you'd have an actual perspective on the issues that matter. And it's, again, talking to people where they're at. So, with that being said, thank you so much for setting this up, Lev. Really, it's a great.
No problem at all. And by the way, I want to make a quick correction. It is not libertarians versus Republicans. It's more libertarians who are dissatisfied with the current state of the LP versus libertarians who like the LP. And that brings us to, while I want to go to Scott and Remzo, I quickly, because he's joined us, and I know, Spike, you got to go real soon, I want to go to Jeremiah Harding. And Jeremiah, what would you like to ask Spike as far as the Libertarian Party goes? Go for it.
Well, how influential is the coctopus still? Because ultimately, as far back as the founding of the Libertarian Party, it's been ceding its principles for funding and support from conservative organizations. So,
you mean the coctopus?
Yeah, I'm wondering. I call it the coctopus because it's funnier. So I'm wondering how much of that influence you think is still there.
I'd like you to name a single policy that I put forward that has been overly influenced by conservative funding, which I've not received any of.
Well, I didn't say you. I said the party.
I'm the vice presidential candidate of the Libertarian Party. Now I want you to tell me a single policy that Joe Jorgensen has put forward that has been the same.
So you're talking about the very brief period in which you've been the vice president, in which Joe has been the presidential nominee, not the entire course of the history.
Well, again, so then I'd like you to look at the Libertarian platform and tell me what there has been overly influenced by the conservative movement.
The Libertarian platform has been repeatedly not only changed but bastardized by the actions of Libertarian Party candidates.
Dude, get to the fucking question.
Name one.
I'm answering the question, and I'm not going to take that shit because it's bullshit.
All right.
Because ultimately,
so then you don't have an answer. It sounds like.
I have plenty of answers. They're just not to the questions you want to ask because
I'm responding to your accusation.
No, you're
not.
You
have not named a single thing that the Libertarian Party has.
Jeremiah, can you name one policy? Can you name a specific
just name one
policy?
Just one of them.
Okay. The sort of shying away from the non-aggression principle and the fact that mainstream libertarian candidates have repeatedly failed to either endorse it or to say that they even understand it. Gary Johnson famous for saying that it's over his head. So ultimately, there are plenty of libertarians who don't acknowledge basic libertarian principles like don't aggress against people.
So then you're saying that because there are individuals within the Libertarian Party who have said that the nap is over their head, that therefore the entire Libertarian Party is actually
I didn't say entire fucking once.
What you've said that the Libertarian Party is caving to conservative concerns because of funding. You said that, okay, use your wording again, because what you haven't presented is an actual example in policy or substance.
Did.
Okay, hold on.
Whoa.
Okay, Jeremiah, number one.
Here's the thing.
You're going to have to present a policy example, not
you
just
have to
Gary Johnson
I already
saying
did.
Something. Okay, hold
that's
on.
not a policy.
That is policy.
Saying over my head is not a policy.
You presented Gary Johnson saying something. Would that qualify as an official position of the Libertarian Party? Or what exactly do you need to qualify?
I'd be happy to add one.
I didn't say official positions. I'm talking about how the official positions have been betrayed over time by candidates who either don't get them, don't support them, or are funded against them.
That's great because you haven't presented a single one, and that's the problem.
I fucking just did.
No, Gary Johnson.
Right. So here's the thing, and this is why my time is incredibly precious, because I'm going around talking with thousands of everyday Americans while some folks are sitting in their basements screaming at people without any actual policies.
Basements. So, I am in the level 1 of this house. The basement has the vent.
I know, it's awesome. Actually spelled ACKSHU. We are actually a few minutes past our time, gentlemen. It was great.
It was great. Can I just say one quick thing? To Jeremiah's only point, I would say that he does present Gary Johnson saying something as being meshed in together with the Libertarian Party. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Gary Johnson is not the candidate. Joe Jorgensen and I are the candidates. Gary Johnson is an individual. He ran on a largely he at times talked about how he didn't agree with our own platform. Our platform and our party, for all of the imperfections it may have, is not caving to the demands of conservative or any other interest. We are a libertarian party that is putting forward a libertarian platform. And the fact that a guy said a thing is
Many
not
guys.
indication of us, being, I'd love to get this Coke funding that I always hear about. We've received exactly $0.00 in this campaign on corporate funding. I'd love to get some of it. It would certainly help us do some of this campaigning. We're certainly not going to sacrifice any of our principles in the meantime, though. But folks, thanks again for having me on. I really appreciate it. Remzo, I'm sorry we didn't get to talk. Everyone go buy Remzo's book, How to Worship Satan.
Yes.
And we are, if you want to find out more about our actual policies and what we're having to say in our campaign, which is in the present, go to Joe20, that's JO20.com. Thanks again for having me on, folks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Spike.
Good to meet
Take
you,
care,
Spike.
Spike.
Good to meet y'all. Thank you.
So I would love to go to Scott right now to follow up on this conversation about what exactly makes, because I know that you are more pro-LP, what exactly would qualify as the official position of the LP? Would it be this thing that was said by Gary Johnson? Or if not that, how many similar statements made by representatives of the LP would kind of, make sense from what Jeremiah is saying, that it would make sense that, okay, you can look at the Libertarian Party as representing more of these Gary Johnson-type statements?
Well, I mean, I would say that I actually don't have any personal party loyalties. I freely swing between parties as they present themselves to my interests. I do engage in the political process. I'm not anti-voting. But I am a libertarian. And I think what might be worth noting here is in one sense, so I put war and peace as the number one priority, as most libertarians do. There's a variety of reasons for that, and that makes a really strong case for the Libertarian Party, which generally most libertarians put that first, for the Libertarian Party to run a presidential candidate. I think it's absolutely necessary, if you really care about ending wars, that having a presidential candidate who can speak about that is crucial. So then to, give a little credence to what Jeremiah is saying, I would say that I think it would be fair to say that the Libertarian Party, or at least some of the candidates, don't put that front and center. I think this campaign has done a great job, and that's why they have my support. There's things they say, they're always talking to different audiences, and I know that politician has to do that. They talk to one audience and they present what will appeal to that audience, and that's part of the political game. But I would say that having run candidates in the past that don't put, I think, what is the most important aspect to me and first is problematic. But I don't think that's something that this ticket is guilty of. If I can say as well, just in general, to respond to that comment that you brought up earlier about authoritarian or the people needing authority, mm-hmm. I might venture to say that there's something to that I used to think about a lot when it came to, like, how did the Federalist coup that brought us the Constitution happen? And I tend to think, and I was thinking about the fact that generally there is this inherent strength that centralizers have, that they're all proposing the same idea. People that believe in the federal government solving all the problems can all point to one place, one solution to a problem. And that has a certain appeal, a certain simplistic appeal, a certain soundbite appeal that I think gives an inherent strength. And why we end up on the other end of the spectrum, and there certainly is infighting among your centralizing parties as well about how the center should be. But libertarianism, or people that kind of value more individual freedom, it's more like herding cats, unfortunately. There's a truth to it that I think people kind of want to move in different directions more naturally. It's part of our mindset. And I would say that what we really need, and it's hard to find because it's a rare phenomenon in history, but what people really want is not authority. They want a charismatic leader. And it's really hard to find a charismatic leader that everyone can point to that is, they talked about in the movies that every movie has a libertarian hero almost that's breaking down the authoritarian structure. And it's really hard. And so the culture knows that exists, but it's hard to find a person that actually can do that, to be that.
Can I say one thing real quick? We have a comment about exactly that from Randy Lenz, who says the Libertarian Party exists as a ripple of the charisma of Ron Paul. What do you think? Does that make?
I mean, I don't know that that's entirely true, but I do think there are a lot of people who came on board because of that charismatic leadership. I mean, it certainly added to the wave. Let's say the ripple grew when the Ron Paul rock hit the pond. You know.
And we have a comment from Putana. Hierarchy is part of human nature. We are born with it. People want an authority figure, which is why when people are left alone, they always devolve into having one. Business, tribes, early government, etc.
I'd say that libertarian, this is one of those, like, it's not really exactly a libertarian discussion, but when people talk about the hierarchies and all that, yeah, hierarchies are normal and natural. But that doesn't mean they have to be governmental. But I do think there is a tendency to respect and follow a charismatic leader.
And natural hierarchies are usually voluntary.
Yeah, and somebody who can really lead us into liberty is what we would all love to see. And I think a lot of this infighting would go away if we could find. I mean, if that person exists. And I think they might be once in a millennia kind of thing. I mean, the Cincinnatus and George Washington are the only, and he wasn't even perfect, you know? And Cincinnatus was a myth, you know?
George Washington sucked in every possible way.
Flaws.
Thomas Paine or bust.
Fair enough. But you see what I'm saying, right? That he had at least that everyone turned to him in the room kind of leadership.
Yeah, but fuck a slave master.
Fair enough. I mean, he definitely had some flaws. He was a Federalist. I'm not saying he's perfect, but I'm saying that's what people look for.
Yeah, we'll also fuck the Federalists because the Anti-Federalists are the reason we have the Bill of Rights.
Exactly. And the problem was they managed to achieve that, but they weren't able to centralize and they didn't put out one common document. There wasn't an anti-Federalist papers all printed by the same publisher getting the same message out. That's hard for libertarians to do because we are like herding cats. And I think there is something to be said for, honestly, you praise in public. Like, it's hard to do for us. There's not really the structures in place, but you praise in public and polish in private, especially during like the campaign season. I know that when there are things that have made me suck my teeth in from every campaign, include this campaign. There's things that maybe, and then let me think, do I really is it necessary and critical to criticize this publicly? And I think there's a time and place for that.
See, here's my problem. And it's the reason I didn't answer the specific questions Spike wanted to ask, because my problem is when people ignore overarching themes in favor of very specific examples. Gary Johnson was the candidate for many years for a reason. And it wasn't because he didn't represent the party. It's because the vast majority of boilerplate libertarians were very much connected to the Libertarian Party as it became. And like, if you read, for instance, the New Libertarian Manifesto by Samuel Edward Konkin III, the founding sort of document of agorism, you can read a ton about how partisan politicking sacrificed libertarian values. But that's not good enough when you bring that sort of thing up. When you bring up the fact that the Koch brothers heavily funded the Cato Institute. When you bring up the fact that they were there at the founding of the John Birch Society. When you bring up the fact that Americans for Tax Reform and for Prosperity are both Koch-funded institutions which directly influence the organizations Young Americans for Liberty, Students for Liberty. When you end up with all of these organizations that make up the founding basis for a lot of libertarian thought, when they get to steer the ship in terms of the overarching media message and the sort of solutions that people see as viable, they become the voice of libertarianism, and it loses its grassroots for the funding that they receive from billionaires who like Republicans more than they like libertarians. It's why I got disillusioned when I was running a Young Americans for Liberty chapter when I was in college, because effectively I saw all the materials were all Republican, all of them. You end up with Ron Paul being considered the most libertarian possible person, even though anarchists exist, even though the libertarian movement existed before there was a Libertarian Party, even though Ron Paul was a Republican during the last part of his political career. He's considered the most libertarian when there's McAfee there. He's considered the most libertarian when there's I don't dislike Ron Paul. Ron Paul was one of the foundational reasons I stopped being a fascist and then stopped being a neocon. I was a terrible person in high school, and it took a long time for me to stop being terrible, and Ron Paul was a guiding influence in my stopping being terrible. But at the same time, he's not the most libertarian fucking person. And so the Nolan chart, which is what they were using, they were putting him at the tippy top of the Nolan chart, saying that he was the most libertarian. The Nolan chart itself is heavily influenced by that same Koch mentality. And like the entire program for mainstream libertarianism became, how do we be best for business, rather than how do we be best for workers, rather than how do we be best for people in jail,
yo dog,
rather than how do we be best for people overseas being bombed. For the most part, the materials I got to present to students were vastly conservative, and I watched the same thing happen with Reason, where Gillespie says that anarchists aren't good libertarians, and where the magazine has slowly morphed into this boilerplate sort of like as libertarian as possible but Republican mentality, where they're defending the Cuties movie. Like, this money is huge. This influence runs deep. And when he just dismissed it because the two most recent people are not a crook, I fucking resent that strongly.
Well, let's go to Keith Knight. Keith, what do you think of what Jeremiah said? And then I want to go to a newcomer Escalator. So, Keith.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much time I would spend on who is funding what. I mean, yes, it matters, but what matters more so is the principles that end up getting discussed, regardless of who is funding it. I see as more of a red herring than anything else. My only disagreement so far with the panel would be people's desire for authority. We might be confusing this with their desire for structure, safety, camaraderie, or voluntary hierarchies in mutual associations. This has nothing to do with the existence of a state, which means some groups are held to a different moral standard than everyone else. If it was just in our bones to be, subject to authority, well, then you'd be able to easily walk up to anyone, tell them it's time for you to be a libertarian, and then they'd become libertarians because they're so into, abiding by authority. So I do reject that authority is something built into people. I think there's nothing wrong with voluntary hierarchies or anything that's done mutually that is beneficial.
It's not a red herring by any stretch of the imagination to bring up where the funding comes from, because that's how the materials get made. Who buys the materials, who makes sure that they get to people, that's how the messaging happens. If you ignore the fact that they pay for the ads, if you ignore the fact that they're the reason people get pamphlets and books and shit, then you're ignorant. It's not any red herring. So to accuse me of fallacy when I'm bringing up the fact that consumer demand and demand-side economics are driving the message is anti-libertarian thought, if fucking anything.
So if they were using their money to advocate the non-aggression principle, would you care?
No, but they aren't.
So the problem is the principle, not the money.
The money is driving the principle because the money is coming from the unprincipled. They're buying an unprincipled message. That's what the money is buying. So if you think the principles are bad, you should also oppose the people who are funding that message.
Okay, and that's fine. That doesn't change the fact that it is it is a distant issue about.
It's not a distant issue
about who is funding, rather than what the principles that are being used to discuss. I mean, would they
that
have
is the
earpieces
issue?
in? No, it's not. The
It
problem is they don't talk about self-ownership, and that's where the focus should be, not about being just a third party.
But if that's not the focus, yes, go for it, Carl.
Here's the thing with this funding idea.
it's not solely the funding that causes the issue. If we compare the Libertarian Party and something like the Quincy Institute, they're funded by the same people that Jeremiah has a problem with here. But the Quincy Institute, although you might disagree on some issues, does good. They actually do some things to help bring about some peace in foreign policy. The Libertarian Party, on the other hand, has done nothing, and there has been a progression towards statism in the Libertarian Party, like Jeremiah mentioned. If you compare the current platform and like the 1992 platform, the 1992 platform is far more libertarian. They call for the ending of all presidential war powers in 1992, and now they're just like, get along with people, and don't have anything like that. So there is a progression. But what is the difference between the Quincy Institute and the Libertarian Party? The Libertarian Party is a top-down structured organization. As much as we like to talk about how it's grassroots and we're all passionate, the fact is there is a hierarchical structure to it, like all political parties have. Why did we have Spike on here instead of just us? It's because he is representative of the political party, because he's at the top of it.
Yeah, he's representative of his caucus.
Well, yeah, he's representative of his caucus, and he's the representative of the party alongside Joe Jorgensen. So because the main difference here is the cultural and structural issues with the party, because we have that hierarchical structure and the political structure, and because the culture of the people like Nick Sarwark and Joe Bishop Henchman are driving the party towards progressivism, that along with the funding that Jeremiah mentioned, are the root causes. It's not just that people, don't care about spreading liberty.
See, and that's the thing. I didn't say it was just the funding either. All I asked him was how much of that influence was still there. And instead of answering that question, he got defensive and said, well, I'm not that, and Joe isn't that, as though he represents all of the people at the state level, all the people at the local level, all the boilerplate, washed out, white bread fucking losers who are barely hanging on to libertarian shreds of philosophy. Realistically speaking, there are so many people who call themselves libertarian but can't quote a single libertarian philosopher. There are so many people who call themselves libertarian but can't quote a single libertarian economic strategy.
To be fair, though, Spike is in the Mises Caucus. That would imply, knowledge of.
I think Spike knows his stuff.
Wait, I thought Spike was Audacious Caucus. Did I miss something?
Well, no, he's in the Audacious Caucus, but the Mises Caucus endorsed him.
Okay, because that's what I thought.
Gotcha. I was confused there for a moment. We also have a comment about you, Jeremiah, where people were asking, let's see over here. Let me go. Okay, Putana. I don't know what Putana means. Sounds dirty. Putana says, the dude with a beard seems to just be libertarian left. Anyone else getting those vibes?
Okay, so first off, I have plans right now to start multiple businesses. These businesses will be run in a pretty standard capitalist mode, but I'll be running them with the workers in mind. So clearly I don't mind, and I'm planning these businesses to be one of them's an energy drink and one of them's a video game development company. But I'm planning these things to be pretty standard capitalist. You can't do that if you're a communist, if you're an actual communist. You can do it, however, if you're an agorist, which I'm going to be trying to compensate my workers as fairly as possible. I'm basically drawing up recipes, etc., and building the business hierarchy. I don't necessarily.
Quick comment from Aman, by the way. Quick comment from Aman. He says, "When someone says plans, it rarely happens in business. Don't be a planner."
Well, okay, that might be fair. So, but the general gist and the reason I brought that up is because I don't reject the idea of anarcho-capitalism. I think we live in state capitalism because we do. Because it's been state capitalism since the beginning of the country. The idea that the state prints and controls capital for the state's benefit. And the state gets to distribute property, gets to decide how that property is used. That's pretty standard state capitalism. And it's been getting more and more fascist by the moment. So while I definitely don't think anarcho-capitalism is impossible, we don't live there yet. And I'm open to left libertarian ideas just as much as I'm open to right libertarian ideas. I run an idea called anarcho-coalitionism, where I'm willing to work with anyone who's genuinely interested in ending the state, and in these small ad hoc coalitions, bring about change. And I'm like writing the foundational manifesto on that right now. It's about 2/3 done, but effectively, I'm not a left libertarian. I'm not a right libertarian. I'm the whole bottom fucking strip. Get your teeth whitened.
Interesting. Well, let's go to Escalator. You've been here for a while. You are a friend of Dr. Chicken Bob, the great
Yes, I
Dr.
am.
Chicken Bob. So, Escalator, can you tell us a little bit, just like real quick, about yourself, where you fit in with this whole libertarian business, and what your thoughts are on the conversation we've been having?
Okay, so initially, I started out as, a hardcore Trump supporter. But after the 2016 election, I just browsed Our Libertarian a lot, and I ended up becoming like a full libertarian. But around 2018, 2019, I was pulled more just liberal by Andrew Yang, and then recently I'm a libertarian socialist now.
Interesting. And what do you think of the conversation so far? The points that are brought up regarding the Libertarian Party. Let's start with that.
All right, so I think the problem is all the billionaires want to fund the Republican Party because the Republican Party is a party of corporatism. It inherently wants to fund the big businesses. I mean, Trump he's the big business guy. He's the symbol of it. And I think for the Libertarian Party to have any growth, I think it all has to start at a local level, like in this election, electing, local mayors, etc. But I don't think real reform can be achieved electorally. I think there has to be some kind of revolution, even if it's a peaceful revolution.
Well, a peaceful revolution, wouldn't that be like, just to use libertarian socialist verbiage, wouldn't that be more considered an insurrection?
Not necessarily, because a peaceful revolution would just be the people deciding they, don't like the government. You don't have to be, if a vast majority of people disagree, you don't have to have a conversation or a war about it. I mean, people might make it violent, but it doesn't have to start out violently.
I didn't ask that. I asked if it would be more considered an insurrection than a revolution, because first off, a revolution typically has another leader that is put in place, and second off, an insurrection can just be like done through syndicalism. It can be done through agorism. It can be done through it can be done because getting people to agree with you is only like a tiny smidge of the battle. You need these structures that have been built and have like created the foundation for the state to be crumbled, which means you need to like fundamentally shift all their institutions over to your favor. So it's not just a matter of getting them on your side. You also got to get them doing shit.
I think that's actually kind of brings us, and whatever we think about these, like, that brings the libertarian, whether we love it or not, whether it's the perfect form of this, that kind of brings in the purpose of the Libertarian Party back around, that ultimately it's trying to build that structure that you're talking about, where if you're going to achieve, especially some kind of peace, there are other ways, absolutely. Agorism is probably one of their better hopes, but I definitely think that that's what the party is trying to do. And also the only time I talk to another libertarian, not through a computer, is at my Libertarian Party county and city meetings. You know what I mean? That's where I get together, and they're not all necessarily party members even, but that they know that there's a place to get together with other libertarians to work on the ideas and build a community that can grow. And you could build structure from there. But the libertarian structure, if not, party at least provides that beginning skeletal framework in some ways. It's not the only way, but it's a way that.
Weren't we just talking about planning?
Well, by the way,
doing.
Amon's follow-up comment to you about that is just blitz one project at a time. If he pours energy into his biz, it will be good, though. So there we go. That a good resolution to it. We're also joined by Phil, a.k.a. Mr. Psu. Is that how you pronounce it?
You nailed it first time, dude.
Excellent.
So it's Psu and not Sue? I thought it was like pseudo-lectual or something like that. Wasn't that
It's
the
whatever
original?
you want it to be.
It's the pseudo-intellectual, if you ask me.
I thought it was Silent P.
No, don't ask Jake because he's dead fucking wrong, and I had to change the name of the show because of him because he kept saying it wrong.
Yeah, I did.
And we're also joined by Theodore, a.k.a. Crowd-Funded Government. How are you, Theodore?
Fantastic. Thank you for having me, sir. How's it going, gang?
What's up, dude?
It's going good. Unfortunately, you missed Spike Cohen, but we had a very interesting tussle with Spike and Jeremiah. That was that.
Well, can I say something
Yes.
about that tussle real quick?
Yes.
So I not to offend anybody, but I enjoy Jeremiah online a lot, and but I did used to run local political organizations, and I think this is one thing that in general politics struggles with, but particularly in a small party that is highly localized and does revolve around a lot of personalities, and I found this very frustrating when I would run these meetings, is you do get this where we do have different types, Jeremiah being a type and me being a type, Sue being a type, and that sort of stuff. And if you're leading a movement like Spike is, or you're leading a meeting or something like I am, and you do get a Jeremiah type personality come in, it does get incredibly frustrating. It does get very defensive. So I understand, Spike is running for vice president, so he can keep his cool, or he should be able to. And, but that is something that I think is, I wouldn't say it's necessarily a detractor from the liberty movement.
I'm a disruptor.
You're a very disruptive, yes. But
which is why he came in the end. I'm happy Jeremiah came in the end instead of the beginning.
Yeah. So,
yeah,
but
I had to work out to get to. I drink this pink bullshit, and then I go I go pump my my fucking suspension trainer on the back door in the backyard.
Is that a BCAA, branch chain amino acids?
There's some of that in here. There's also some carnitine. There's some power multivitamin. There's some of this this NeuroFX. And there's some 6-star athletics pre-workout explosion ripped.
And raw eggs and nails.
Well, actually, I had the eggs not too long ago. I had about 9 eggs and a cup of chili.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Nice.
You're doing it right.
Yeah. Now, when are we gonna get a physique? When are we gonna get a physique shot on Twitter?
Go
Post-physique.
to Instagram.com/insanityisfit. I'm doing fitness videos now.
Nice.
Oh my god, yes. Oh my god.
We're going to post it on the sidebar over here. So for those who are just tuning in, new people and are not aware, this sidebar over here, this is our Break the Rules Discord channel that you can access in the bottom of the screen. And you can go in there, you could post memes and stuff, you could chat, and whatever you chat about is going to be on the screen for everybody to see. Speaking of being on the chat for everybody to see, if you go to streamlabs.com/lovejules in the lower right-hand corner, or in the description, and if you go to cryptocurrencycheckout.com, also in the bottom, and I'm going to post both in the chat, then if you wet our beak, your message is not going to be only displayed, but we're going to address your message properly and right forthly so that your money is going to be well spent. And also, speaking of money, you can go to patreon.com/breaktherules. $20 patrons are going to get a beautiful print from our main man, Giovanni Panicetti, a.k.a. Giant Geo, who's going to be joining us a little bit later around 6 p.m. Anyway, with that being said, yes.
Real quick, before you move on from money, I want to plug something to you. I don't get paid to plug this, and it's not my project. It's Naomi Brockwell's project. But go to cointr.ee and get your coin tree set up, because every agorist, every anarchist online should have this particular URL, because not only does it function like a link tree, but it also gives you cryptocurrency donation QR codes to make it very easy for people to donate cryptocurrency. You can also put in your PayPal, your Patreon, your Streamlabs, whatever the fuck you want to put in. But if you don't have one of these, you're not a real anarchist, because every anarchist should have their, like, this not only gives you payment options, but it also puts all your social media in one place. So if you get banned from one, people can reliably find you on other platforms. And like, if you go back to that other platform you were banned from and get a new account, they can like guaranteeably know that it's you. So get on Cointree, because it would not only help you with your show and your finances, but it would be one nail in the coffin of the state's ability to censor through their corporate lapdog bitch boys.
Hell yeah, I like that. I'm going to take a look at Cointree. Right now I'm using cryptocurrencycheckout.com because I know that one allows you to have a little code that you put into OBS so that when somebody donates, it's going to be displayed on OBS through Streamlabs.
Talk to Naomi. That might be a feature she could put in.
Oh, if that happens, I'm switching right over. But for right now, use cryptocurrencycheckout.com to see if it works for any of the crypto billionaires who are watching.
In fact, I'll send her a message right now, because that's a good idea.
Thank you. No, this is exactly what we need. We need to get people on crypto for them to donate through crypto, and we're going to have like auctions and things like that happening in the future on the stream. So Jeremiah, that is a solid, and I really appreciate you doing that. So let's go to Theodore. If Spike were to be here right now, what would you ask him or tell him? Because you were not here in time, unfortunately.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry, guys. I own a company, and it happened. We had a fire and a flood on the same day, so I apologize.
Well, don't do that.
Well, no, I mean, it's all good. We got him taken care of, just a little late. I would have asked him why he's a political science and game theory denier. The strongest argument to me against the third party is that the duopoly is rigged because it's a first-past-the-post system. And to claim that you're going to defeat the duopoly is to say that you know more about game theory and political science than the mathematicians that have figured it out. I mean, it's rigged. There is not a chance, snowball's chance in hell, of getting a libertarian third party to beat the duopoly. They are going to rig it. They do rig it. And so that would have been my biggest question, because obviously if we had a European style democracy, it'd be a lot different. But we have very rigid first past the post rules. So that to me is the biggest argument I think of.
Who is interested in answering that? I mean, we haven't heard from Keith in a while. We haven't heard from Scott. What do you guys think about that?
I got nothing to really add on that. Haven't given it a lot of thought.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is a rigged system. There's just no denying that. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I would say this is the main thing, that ultimately, people are still going to be, they still see us. And yeah, there's opportunity cost for sure, but and there's costs. I mean, should you be donating your money to the campaign, or should you be putting that into crypto? You know what I mean? I don't, there's cost and opportunity cost to running the campaign. Well, I'm sure, yeah, but I'm just saying, as far as, I think still there are plenty of Americans that if it wasn't for that, to be able to sometimes it doesn't work out well. We don't always pick the best people, but if they're looking for libertarianism, they're going to look for the presidential candidate. You know what I mean? That's who they're going to want to hear the platform from. That's what they're going to get their cues off of, whether they can engage with it or not. So as a educational tool, if nothing else, I think the cost and opportunity costs are not terribly high. Maybe they are. I mean, everyone makes their own subjective value decisions, but to me, they don't feel unreasonable.
I think that's a pretty reasonable response. But I mean, I think that there's, other than winning, there are other values to having a third political party. I kind of wish that the strategy would be a little bit different, maybe focus on very local elections first, and then maybe, I mean, but you could use the presidential candidate to promote those local elections. I mean, how often has Trump gone to, your local dog catcher and like help promote him? So if you have a presidential candidate come and help out like that, I think would be a good thing. But this is kind of going back to my earlier point. And I think, Theodore, I know your opinion. I've listened to, I think, every one of your podcast appearances on the Liberty circuit. I think that Theodore is largely right. It is rigged. And you're not going to win. I'd point you back to the interview from '88 with Ron Paul when he says, well, I mean, we're realistic. We know what's going to happen, but there's other reasons to do it. So that does change some things, and it also opens opportunity for local candidates. But what I would encourage people to do, and this is what I've done, and this is why I don't really work too much with the Libertarian Party anymore, mostly because I was butthurt in 2012. Is doing things that focus on building local communities and community with people offline. And that's what we do, with Childeberg, and also trying to get people to think about other things that they may be interested in from a freedom perspective. This was what we try to do with the Tasting Anarchy program that my podcast, and it's about wine. A lot of people don't give a shit about politics, but they do like wine, and the government has got its big greasy hands in everybody's wine glass. So, and it's something to get people to start thinking about it from a different perspective. So some people are going to be very strong and helpful when it comes to running in a political party. And I think that one of the dangers of the political party is that it does suck people away from places where they would probably do better as like an entrepreneur and doing other things. But there are people who that's their skill. That's what's going to help, is them doing that. Other people, it's going to be podcasting. Some people, it's going to be running Childeberg, running the DFW Liberty Meetup, things like that. Making your own business, buying crypto, as Jeremiah was saying, all that sort of stuff. I think these are all pieces, and it takes different people to do those different things. So everybody can buy crypto, but not everybody's comfortable buying crypto. So
see, here's my thing. I'm just going to read from an image I made not too long ago. I made the image in direct response to somebody else because I have a severe problem with people misrepresenting Sonic as pro-government.
Nice.
So somebody
Wait,
made
the hedgehog or restaurant?
Yes. Yeah. The hedgehog.
Okay. I wasn't sure what you're talking about.
So
this is break the rules canon.
Yeah, it was non sequitur.
So
the restaurant is super.
So to be very specific, they said every minute you don't spend on the phone campaigning for Biden is another minute you're spending voting for Trump, or something similar to that. And I thought that was one of the most cucky things I'd ever heard. So I made my own Sonic image, which much more closely reflects what he would say, which is all the time, money, and energy you waste on politics could be spent on direct action and personally enriching your own community. Voting is the way the elites maintain the status quo, and candidates are rigged options which serve nobody but those in power. If you want representation, represent yourself. Nothing starts until you take action. That's my belief. I think people fuck around on politics because it's comfortable and because it's what they're taught from a very young age, more like indoctrinated and brainwashed by oppression imported school system designed for like total slave control. But to be very specific, that's what they're taught from a very young age. You want change, you get into politics. You want things to be better, you get a good presidential candidate, you get a good mayor, you get a good governor, you get good senators and House of Representatives. Unless Congress is stacked your way, unless the Supreme Court is stacked your way, nothing will change. I think that's not only defeatist, but also bullshit and trash. Personally, my personal mentality is that like all this money that people literally throw at people's self-aggrandizement campaigns for their own personal enrichment so that they can have successful businesses and book sales after they're out of their career politician life. All this money that they throw at these giant fucking narcissists could be thrown at like building that community center, building low-income apartments for the homeless people in your town, stopping the war on drugs by direct action, by Chaironing the cops out, doing Detroit's threat management so that you can like very, very specifically police your community better and without killing anyone. There are options that are completely apolitical that would do better than the political option. And, while it takes all sorts, the one source that requires the least funding is direct funding, not through a representative, not hoping that the Federal Reserve stimulates your prostate. We're talking about actual real change. So like if you want change, it's not going to come from politics. That's my stance. My stance is that the Libertarian Party itself has been highly influenced to maintain a strong conservative bent, which is why it's avoided its left libertarian roots, which is why they don't like to talk about the fact that the word libertarian in a political context comes from the left, which is why they don't like to talk about anybody before Rothbard, even though Knock was way before him and saying really cool shit, by the way. Because they want people to believe that the libertarian movement started with the Libertarian Party, and this is what libertarians believe, all this Koch-funded crap. So that's why I have a problem with it all the way down the pike.
Yeah, I agree. Like it starts at the individual level, and we're indoctrinated to think that someone better and smarter than us has to take care of us because we're just not capable of such a thing.
Yeah,
but again, I mean, no, I think it's a good point, but the fact of the matter is the Fed is stimulating your prostate, and this is something that people pay attention to, and it's also something that some people care about. I mean, like I'm not really that engaged in the party anymore. I am still a member of the party, but it does pull people in, and then it pushes, and then if they participate, they get frustrated, and then it pushes them out, and then they go and do other things that are helpful.
Or we could just say you could do these helpful things and skip the party.
I wouldn't even have any sort of concept of these helpful things if the Libertarian Party didn't exist. Like
Same here. But now I know how to tell people about them. And I skip the middleman, and I tell people directly to do these things without the middleman of the party. So I mean, yeah, you can do it through the party. You can say that the middleman is necessary, but I've had some success. I don't think getting people on board.
If anything, it's initiation, and you gotta touch the stove. So it's all about just getting that first exposure, and then using that and doing whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think the party is necessarily necessary, but it exists. I wouldn't ignore it. Like, and they're going around using a libertarian name. I mean, it's part of the milieu, the where we live, and which is one of the reasons why I supported what Michael Heiss is doing over with the Mises Caucus. Is let's bring it over and make it more what represents what I believe, and he's had good success on that in some areas. But people like Gary Johnson have brought decent people over to the movement. They're not really part of the movement anymore from a party standpoint, but they went and did other things that are important. And like I said, a good example of this, Theodore, you came down here for Childeberg. Sue, you were at Childeberg. A ton of people came down from Childeberg. They got together. They did fun stuff together, and then they're all working on their own things now too with the people that they met there. And I think, but Childeberg wouldn't have happened if in 2006 I didn't leave the Republican Party. Go, oh, who are these libertarians? Oh, that got me reading this. That got me reading this. That got me reading this. Then I get butthurt and frustrated in 2012 and go, you know what? Direct action is going to be what needs to happen. The political process is probably not going to be as effective, but that party still exists, and it is still funneling people over in this direction. I don't think the opposite is happening. I think the
opposite is happening, Jay.
Oh, I totally disagree. I don't think there's any hardcore ANCAPs going into the Libertarian Party and going like, oh, I love Gary Johnson now.
Go ahead.
Well, here's the problem with this. All of these ideas, sort of all of these conceptual things, like we grow the movement, or we have a figurehead, or like this is what Libertarian Party is, or this idea that we can grow our own communities. The problem with all of that is that it is shifting the focus from what matters. What matters is the fact that we drop bombs on Pakistani grandmas and Yemen weddings, and we starve all Iranian children, and we have a government that does all of this horrible evil. We have the government that does the worst things in the world, and we give all of it half of its money to Afghani drug lords who rape children every day. That's the problem. And if your biggest success, now I like Childeberg. I like that you're doing that. It's a great thing. I hope to go next year sometime. But if your best accomplishment for liberty is that we can get to go on a camping trip, and we are still having all these massive problems, then you should be ashamed of yourself. What matters isn't necessarily the ideas. What matters isn't the messaging. What matters isn't necessarily even the culture. What matters is the actual power. And we cannot get that power, or we cannot change that power through the Libertarian Party. We might be able to do it through the old parties. Ro Khanna is a Democrat. He's pretty much a socialist. I disagree with him on a lot, but he has done more good in the world than any Libertarian Party politician. The same
Ron
thing
Paul?
goes. Ron Paul did far more in the Republican Party than he did when he was the Libertarian nominee in 1988.
All I'm saying is that he was a Libertarian politician. And
Yeah,
pretty
I'm
much
saying
even when he
L
was
Libertarian.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah.
But this also brings us to a comment that Buff made recently. So Buff says, remember when Uncle Ted, that is Ted Kaczynski, said that if lefties really cared about social programs for blacks, they would make compromises. Why don't the libertarians infiltrate the Republicans and push for more liberty?
Yeah, exactly. And Ted Kaczynski makes a lot of really good points. Don't clip that, please, and use that against.
Hey, I've said he makes a lot of great points a lot of other times. You can clip me. Theodore Kaczynski made a lot of great points.
Honestly, he did nothing wrong. But aside from,
by the way, we have another comment from Mike Ray. Sonic is a Kaczynskiite. Just want to throw that out there.
No, Sonic likes technology. Ted didn't. If you want Sonic's Ted Kaczynski guy, you're looking at Styx the Badger.
Anyway, what I was saying is at the very end of industrial society, Ted makes the point that revolution is easier than reform. And that's is what I think we need to focus on. Is that if we just make incremental changes that, a modification to a magazine is now okay if you have this kind of license. That's not a victory. Those sort of reforms aren't victories. What we need is to get rid of the state. We need revolution, whether that revolution is something like an insurrection or it is like an overthrow, whatever that is. All of that falls under revolution. And revolution is easier than reform.
Yeah, and if you want to talk Ted Kaczynski, everybody should read his version of A Ship of Fools. We're all, most of us are not the cabin boy. Most of us are not the person who's like looking at us saying, hey, maybe we shouldn't hit this iceberg. Most people are arguing for meager benefits so that they're okay with whatever course the ship takes, no matter how disastrous it is. And they'll all die along with the cabin boy, unfortunately. The cabin boy should steal the lifeboat.
Yeah, going back to your point on incrementalism, that's a fair point. You have to, in a way, have a revolution. This is what Rothbard mentions in Left and Right Prospects for Liberty, is that you're not going to achieve anything incrementally. You have to have a more radical points at it, and the best way to do that is to be radical, but not at a loud, obnoxious way. Maybe that helps, but really be radical as a strong, empowered individual and not ask for permission, or maybe not kind of use the state. Maybe that's not the most successful way. But what we do have are innovations like technology and just choosing this system that is averse to the state as another option. So, I mean, Bitcoin and having this agorist, crypto economy just on the side is an option, and other technologies like 3D printing are even helping with that. And technology in itself is naturally deflationary. So with all the stimulus that's attacking our rectums or whatever the fuck it was, our prostate, then what that is really the state being an Ouroboros snake and eating itself, because deflationary technology is its enemy, but it keeps, putting money into companies, whether or not they fail. But honestly, the quality of our lives, it's hard to believe right now, but the quality of our lives are going to increase incrementally, ironically, because I said incrementalism wasn't where we want to go, but exponentially, because this is how technology works. And I think the best way to stay radical is to not try to change politics radically, but change ourselves as radical individuals and do what we're doing right now and come at these like-minded ideas that liberate and free us, make us sovereign individuals. And we have that, and every day that only gets more accessible and more powerful, to where it's not going to be a great return on violence when the state tries to crack down on us. It's just not going to be worth it. So
read the anti-tech manifesto.
Ourselves.
And I can appreciate
exactly.
that sentiment. I can appreciate that sentiment, but the problem is that all of this sort of technology stuff and things like Bitcoin and agorism, it's good, and I do think it has an effect on the state. I believe, to some extent in the shotgun approach. But if all we're doing is collecting rainwater and growing beets, then all of the evils of the government
cucumbers.
are still happening.
It's cucumbers. That's what's bringing the world. That's going to bring the government down.
Yeah, that's what we need to switch to. We need to do cucumbers instead.
The cucumbers.
But
people need
if that's all
to
we're
read the
doing,
anti-tech
and we're not
manifesto.
electing people who change the power structure, and we're not electing people who can actually stop the violence of the government, like I mentioned Ro Khanna earlier. He does a lot of good stuff. He does bad stuff, sure, too. But honestly, I think it balances out because that's what I care about. That's what we need to do. Even if someone isn't a libertarian, capital L or small l, but they can change the state and they can reduce the power of the state, then we need to work on that. Just because we don't like politics doesn't mean that we should focus on is collecting rainwater.
So you're saying that like voting and doing the homework on the right person to be in a seat is effective in pairing with doing things on yourself, like learning about technology and just advancing civilization.
We should.
So you need
do
to
it
pair
all,
them, is what you're saying.
We need to do it all, but doing it all means that we do both of them. We do make actual political change while we actually chip away at the state through things like agorism and such.
I think that's most effective, like at a local like governance level. But trying to change everything when you live in a top-down system, I think, is a little.
Well, look, here's a big thing over here that at Randy Lenz was writing about. It's like a paragraph now of his comments, so I do want to address what he's talking about as far as whether there is a libertarian solution to this thing he's talking about, which is humans are being molded into non-reproductive creatures. For such a long time, these uber-influential people keep talking about how we need to reduce the human population, and then all of a sudden people stop having sex, stop wanting to have babies. Instead of having to release some plague or start some war, they have literally just convinced people to not want to have kids. He goes on.
So I have the answer, though. So
I'll
go ahead.
Next. Wait, if you got the answer, let's hear it, but I'm going to go next.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I wanted Phil to say, what was that lady that was at Guns and Bitcoin that was talking about having kids? That she gave a talk. What was her name again?
I can't remember, but she was. I think it was Julia. Maybe I
think it's Brave the World at Brave the World or something.
By the way, there was some more things that he wrote down, so I just want to quickly go over them related to that same question, and then we're going to go to Jeremiah. We have pushed adolescence into mid-20s. So women have like 5 years to do their child rearing as opposed to 10 to 15 in the 1960s, but that's not an accident. And he goes on to say the decision to reproduce is not some function of evolution. Okay. So, and then they're talking about harems later on, so that's another conversation. Anyway,
I mean, people are gonna fuck. Like, you're not gonna stop that.
Well, apparently they're not now. Apparently,
I do have
some
concerns in that same area. But Jeremiah, what were you gonna say?
So first off, I want to take responsibility for the harem discussion. My followers are in your chat, and I have a ton of people in my following base who constantly talk about make baby. So to be very specific, what?
I said, are you a hotep?
We are going to have a hotep actually in a couple of minutes. Hotep Sophia is coming in here, so it's good.
I don't know hotep that well, but I think that's part of the.
So I've been compared to that, but first off, I don't know that you can be that, and also
I've just
European blood. But so basically, here's the thing. First off, let's get this out of the way because I wanted to bring this up earlier, and it relates directly to this. Childerberg is named after what?
The Bilderbergs.
So let me be very, very specific and say that the controlling interests in the world do not give a fuck about the Libertarian Party and our desire for revolution.
Yep.
So they've been controlling things. They've been puppeteering things. The Bilderberg Group meetings precede every major global event with their discussions, and you can watch it happen because ever since they've been sort of more exposed and more understood in the mainstream and not just something people dismiss as a conspiracy theory, which almost all conspiracy theories have like at least had some shred of them proving correct. So let's stop berating people in that regard. But just to get that out of the way, they control shit. You can look at their press releases, you can look at who's on their committees, you can look at what they do, and their interests are at the helm. What they say is going to like happen the next year. What they say is under discussion the previous year suddenly influences every major event. This year we were talking China, we were talking Iran, we were talking AI, we were talking digital cash, we were talking facial recognition and shit like that. All this stuff that was discussed in secret in the Bilderberg meetings is now at the forefront. Using the Bilderberg's press release as a cheat sheet from last year and from the year before and from the year before, I've been able to successfully predict not only the Trump presidency, but the rise of the AI superstate, the increased militarization of cops, the bombing of Iranian generals. I've been able to look at all of these things before they happen because they're open about it. They're honest about it. They control shit. So they don't care about our local level politics. They don't care about your libertarian politician. And that's why it feeds into this particular question, which I'm sure like people have been assuming that I was just trailing off like an old man with Alzheimer's. But like this is why it feeds into that, because these people are fundamentally fucking sick. They're doomsday cultists who support the idea of mass death, which brings forth peace and a new world order of prosperity. Ordo ab chaos. They like to do the problem reaction solution model that David Icke talks about. And ultimately, when you end up with these people, you end up with things like the Georgia Guidestones, which are not just an art installation. They depict what a lot of these elites want. They want 500 million people in perpetual harmony with nature. So let me be real clear here. The elites are the ones at the helm of the anti-natalist, the anti-baby position. And they want you to stop reproducing so that there will be less of a critical mass potential against them. They know that there are more of us than there are of them, and that's why they don't want you to have kids, to raise the next generation without their indoctrination, to raise them without the fear, the propaganda, the crushing soul misery. And they want you to do that. They want you to avoid all that. So they constantly pump the airwaves with this propaganda against it, and like make it seem as though the only people who want to have lots of babies, like I've seen people call it environmental terrorism, because they saw somebody with 11 kids. Well, fuck you. Environmental terrorism is done by the state. Environmental terrorism and the like anti-human mentality is through the state, perpetuated by the state, funded by the state, and all puppeteered by Bilderberg elites in the 5, 9, and 14 eyes of global intelligence. So let me be very, very specific. The libertarian solution to this problem is to be libertarian, radically libertarian, to peacefully parent your kids, to tell them non-aggression is the solution, to raise them with the mentality of respect, not only for themselves, but for their peers, and to raise up the next generation to be intelligent, ethical people, and then to fuck a lot so that you make a lot of intelligent, ethical people. That's the solution. That's the libertarian solution to the like population reduction cultists and Extinction Rebellion, etc., is to fuck a lot and make a lot of intelligent, ethical people. Period.
It's actually it's actually funny that Scott was mentioning it. Oh, and by the way, Jeremiah, that was really well said. I just wanted to give major props to that. We're probably going to clip that and have that as a short. That was really well done.
That was beautiful, brother.
Yes. So, Scott, you were talking about Hoteps, and we have with us Hotep Sophia right below you on the Zoom monitor right now. So, Hotep Sophia, how are you? Yes.
I wasn't talking much about Hoteps. I was just saying that the very little I know involves something along the lines of what Jeremiah was talking about, but that's all. So you could tell me more.
Yeah, it's a very similar sort of philosophy. I mean, I think that it's more community based, meaning you sort of build a community around you, which is not necessarily what I see as a libertarian thing. Community doesn't seem as important, but definitely Hotepism is centered around community because it's hard to raise 11 or 12 kids if you don't have family and friends and church and all types of things
Takes a village.
To help you get through. Yeah, it takes a village. I mean, one child article about this, like you have to leverage your resources, and there's too many people, millennials especially, who are, or and Gen Xers too, who have been told, you know, you have to go out here on your own, you have to build your own this and your own that, and that's sort of, you know, one of the downsides, I think, of libertarian philosophy that I've heard is that there's no emphasis on community, because without the community you can't do all of this stuff. Because everybody worked. I mean, if you look at how people work, everybody did something, but maybe someone's job was watch kids, like, and someone's job was something else, like on the farm. Everybody does something, but if you separate the community from the person, it's kind of hard to live this life, which you need to actually advance past this stuff. No, go ahead. That's all I was gonna say.
Well, okay, so check out David Rodriguez on Facebook if you're there, and also just in general, he's available by a Google search away. He's a very prominent libertarian as far as I'm concerned. I had him on my channel to discuss intentional communities, which intentional communities is just the general idea of having a community with an intent set on being like, you know, this is going to be an agrarian society. This is going to be a Hotep society. This is going to be a community for, you know, farmers or technologists or something like that. And then that community fosters that kind of skill or that kind of style. You can also just have a general purpose, intentional community for libertarianism. And in the context of libertarianism, you can have it try to reduce government influence and increase the power of the individual through the ability for the community to take care of each other, thus allowing people to pursue their passions, to pursue their strengths, and to become a stronger person. Intentional communities are, I think, a good way of addressing that in a libertarian context.
So kind of, we're on a bit of a tangent right now, and I'd like to take that tangent a little further and then maybe loop it back around to the party, if I may.
Please.
But so I think you do bring up a really interesting point about the kind of strength and resiliencies that exist in communities, maybe not even intentional, but just kind of naturally. And I've been thinking about another talk I'm gonna give soon about localized defense or private defense. If we were to get rid of the military industrial complex, how could we defend ourselves? And you know, people always bring up the example of Afghans defending themselves. And being in Afghanistan, not everybody's married to their cousin exactly, but everyone is very closely related. They live in a very small community. There are elders who are respected and listened to. There are 100 children running around, all of those things, right? And it has me thinking also about maybe our own revolutionary period. When you read some things like American Insurgents, American Patriots, where everyone did live in relatively small communities, everyone knew each other, you didn't travel far. It was still that kind of framework wherein everyone did depend on each other, right? And had a community. And that makes me think about whether that's something that naturally creates resiliency against the state, just that you have a mutual defense society, a structure, and you don't need public education, you don't need daycare because you have a family around you.
100%.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Yeah, and that's something that we do need to build. I do think the Libertarian Party kind of, you know, I maybe it's just me, maybe it's my peculiar circumstances, maybe I'm just not a social butterfly enough, but it does provide some of the starting off point of that for some people, a place to find people that think like them. And that can be Liberty meetups, it can be Childerbergs. And so I think those all pose a certain important element to all of us to be able to actually try to build a community. You need to start somewhere, especially when we've been fractured like we are.
Bilderberg is better than the Libertarian Party.
Yeah.
100%.
Let's clip
Well,
that.
And
Clip that.
I do think that we should have like an intellectual home. I just don't understand why that needs to be through a political.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not saying it does, but I would say another thing, and we live in, and this is kind of looping us back around, but we do live in a very statist framework. And I was thinking about what Carl was saying about direct action. And one of the things that's really hard is to think about direct actions against the warfare state. I mean, we can try to deprive it through agorism, but to me, it is, it's my number one priority is trying to end the wars, right? And
absolutely,
I've had, and it's maybe like, I worked a little bit with the guys from Veterans for Peace, who are all like leftover leftist hippies, you know what I mean? And they're the ones that gave me these ideas of, they brought up a union in Italy that refused, the stevedores union refused to load ammunition, to reload or work with a ship that was carrying ammunition to Saudi Arabia. You know what I mean? And they literally blocked the gates, they locked it down. And the local Veterans for Peace chapter was trying to think about doing the same thing here, blocking the gates to the port to stop a ship from being loaded with munitions. You know what I mean? Now, the thing is, though, if they did it, these guys, they would go to the governor's office like a week and get themselves arrested, and it never made news. They just sounded like crazy people. But one thing, because we live in this statist framework, if it was the Libertarian Party doing that, it could get more like, if it was just a lone crazy person acting against, if any one individual or even small group of people acts against the state, they will make it look like they are marginalized nothings. They were lunatics on the fringe. And I'm not talking about violent action. I'm talking about even peaceful action. If it's if it's fragmented people, they'll divide us. But if you have something that everyone can point to, like, no, they're part of this group and they believe in ending the wars, or they believe in this or that, then it lends legitimacy to it. And maybe we shouldn't look to the state for lending legitimacy. I'm just thinking these things out. But if the Libertarian Party of Baltimore got arrested stopping a ship from being loaded, it would be a different thing than me throwing myself in the gears of the war machine. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
The state is a group of people. That's it. So if you think that the like only real modus for social change is through that group of people, you legitimize and allow them to maintain their monopoly. They are a monopolist institution. So the real way to fight the state is to bust their monopoly by being a direct competitor to it. That's the real way.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying, I'm saying sort of like, since we do live in a framework where most of the hundreds of millions of people in this country and in the world regard the state as at least inevitable, and they generally think in a statist framework, like the way that we're going to be perceived differs if we're acting as part of the statist. If we can be perceived to be acting through the state, we're stealing some of their legitimacy to act against them. Is what I'm thinking, basically.
Can I just want to make a comment. It seems like, okay, so I'm from the DC area, and so that's fine and well on the outskirts, but really the change happens here. Mm-hmm. So if you really wanted some type of change, you have to get in charge. And it's not necessarily just president. President is like the least influential position, like, staffers or just, policymakers, white papers, those, and especially like professorships and being published and that type of stuff. DC is built off that type of action. And so even doing something at the local level, so I have this problem a lot of times when people tell me, not just libertarians, but a lot of people, they say, oh, well, a lot of Black conservatives actually, we need to elect people at the local level. Well, I'm in DC. The local level means nothing. It's literally a carbon copy of whatever is happening in DC, period. So the local level is fine, but really what you need is policymakers that can go in and can't be bought. That's a huge factor. everybody in DC is bought and paid for. So if you can't be bought because you have your own money, you're coming to the table with your own policies, your own everything. That's really how you get ahead and get out of this system, because that's exactly what you see happening now. You have people who came to DC with their own money. They don't need money from the large PACs and all of this stuff. Is a very grassroots sort of organization. No support from anybody within the government, really. And that's how a lot of things are being done. I mean, otherwise, everything else is kind of like, I'm not saying that it's not important, but if you wanted real big change quickly, you would get a group of intellectuals like right out of high school or right out of college and basically start training them, just like they do with the CIA and the FBI and everything else. They get them right out of high school. They start training them to go into these positions.
In high school.
And then next thing you know, they have this
NSA.
whole, right, in high school, sometimes in elementary school, depending on where you live in this area, you're being groomed.
Yeah,
that's what we really need to do. We need to groom.
And they start picking kids from high school to do internships at the NSA. They
see,
go around
but
locally.
here's the thing there. That's the reason I talked about when I was talking about the anti-population thing. That's the reason I talked about starting them off young, from a very young age, to be libertarian like powerhouses, to respect each other, to do things statelessly. So my particular thing is there, instead of trying to be in charge of the systems they built for themselves, the ones that inherently power their interests, build your own systems and be in charge of those. Because ultimately, if we build competing models and ours outpace theirs, they'll start to crack down, and we can then say they hate progress, they hate liberty, they hate peace, and we've got all the propaganda we need against them. That's
this is the crowdfunding government approach that I've been talking about for years.
Well, except I'm not talking about government.
Create competing services that replicate what government does. Why do you need it?
And I want to address
that's
that
crowdfunding government, by the way. That's crowdfunding government, Jeremiah. In case I don't think you and I have ever actually talked about it, you've just mocked it on Twitter. But it's not about government. It's not about government, brother. If you listen between the lines,
because it's not government.
I think that we need to draw like a line between government or governance, what that means. And this is just me like bullshit and definitions. But we know. Thank you. But I think we understand what the fuck statism is, and this top-down monolithic or oligarchy, like corporatocracy bullshit. And we know that we'd rather be self-governing or have the voluntary choice of choosing to be in these communities, like Jeremiah was talking about, developing these systems that do work. And those systems cooperate because we voluntarily choose to be in them, and there's a form of governance. But it's the governments that we choose, and what has happened is that we are just stripped from the choice. And so I just want to say that, like, you know, I use the state and government interchangeably, but I think it's also to remember, just like liberal has been bastardized, I think in a way governance or government and the state, that has bastardized like the word like government in itself.
Sometimes when I get to talk to some high school students about, I get to speak at a high school, I'll try to draw that difference out, because muddled language is part of our problem in this country, honestly. And one of the things I'll try to show is like, so I'm talking to immigrant students, and I'll explain to them, I'll talk to them about FIFA. What is FIFA? They all know what FIFA is, and it's a governing body. That's what they call themselves. They are the government of international soccer. You know what I mean? But they're purely voluntary, and they're funded through the different. I don't know all the ins and outs of FIFA. Okay,
I can tell you horror stories about FIFA and bulldozing communities and using state power to penalize the poor.
I'm sure you can. I'm sure you can.
Jeremiah, how do you have all of this obscure knowledge?
Because he's fucking Jeremiah, dude.
That's perfectly fair. I'm just sort of saying the analogy is that, like, when you start a rec league sports team, it is a governing body. Like you can have
just a panel of people who can control it.
You can have governance that people voluntarily accede to. I'm trying to open the seed to that just a little bit.
Why use the same word? It's tainted.
Well, governance is different than government.
I think it's
not
important
by
to use
etymology.
I think it's important to use the word just for simplicity, even though, Jeremiah, as you rightly point out, there's a change in nomenclature required if you really want to get technical and academic about it.
Why don't we just call it community? Why don't we
That
just
works.
call it,
Yeah.
because to me,
That goes
government
into
is
communism.
always statism.
No, but it's just what people think. If the thing is, everybody's
But a
not like
governess
us.
is not a
Everybody's
state.
not. Everybody's.
Most people think government is government.
No, I was saying just like when there is an etymological relation. I'm a nerd on etymology. I haven't. It's been a while since I looked at the different variants of government. But like when somebody says somebody had a governess, like some rich English person in the 19th century was raised by a governess, nobody thinks that means anything to do with government. So governance can be separated too, because people could talk about. In any case, you can separate the meanings, and I think we muddle them, and we muddle statism and government a little bit too much, because you can self-govern. I think we're using. I think that government doesn't necessarily imply a state.
It absolutely does. And go ahead.
Oh no, I'm going to try to drop the linguistic discussion and move it back to libertarianism. But I would like
let's do that.
I do want to bring up one thing before this moves. First off, everybody should get the online etymology dictionary plugin for their Chrome-based browser. I use it on both Brave and Vivaldi. And what you can do is you can just either highlight a word and search it immediately, or you can go to the button in the taskbar and immediately like search any word. And doing so, I got the root of the word governance and government, which comes from to rule with authority, from Old French gouverner, to steer, be at the helm of, govern, rule, command, direct. 11th century modern French gouverneur, from Latin gubernare, to direct, rule, guide, govern. It all comes from that same thing. So to tell me that the two words mean something different and they're muddled seems to me to be an attempt to muddle government with community, which community can be anarchist.
Just because every word has the same root doesn't. I'm not going to be able to think of an example off the top of my head. There are plenty of words that have the same etymological root that have deeply divergent meanings. Like there, you can dig back to the root, and that's true, and I agree. But words change in meaning, and there's a reason when you have two words that mean similar things, there's usually a reason they're different. So governance and government are different.
I think 99% of people don't give a shit what it means. Yeah. They have an idea. They go, oh yeah, the government, and that's about as far as it goes.
Dictionaries from Google. That's the dictionary Google uses, says that governance is the action or manner of governing, and govern is conduct the policy, actions, and affairs of a state, organization, or people. So ultimately, yeah, you could make the case that there's a kind of anarchist government, but there's no point to it. You could just say community.
You could also just you could also bring in the term law. I think you can describe something as having anarchist law.
Well, sure. That Bastia did a great job.
That's just collective.
I feel like there's like some sort of joke that's slowly forming here. Like, what do you get when 7 libertarians get online and an etymology discussion?
By the way, I want to switch this discussion over to some of the people who have not had a chance to speak yet. So we've got Vincent Void back with us, the great musician Vincent. We got some of his friends joining us. We got Popkill, and we have Ash Constantine. So welcome, everybody. Now, this is, I think, we may as well say this is the second half of the program where we're going to get people who are not libertarians to ask libertarians questions. Why are libertarians called lolbertarians? Like, what are the things that make libertarians cringe?
That's why.
Yes, exactly. What are the things that make libertarians cringe in the eyes of those who are not libertarians? Geez. I want to get to the bottom of this. Now, Vincent,
it's probably our neck beards.
Well, see, I'm gonna be very specific. I don't care if I'm cringe. I'm gonna be very specific and just say I don't care if I'm cringe. I don't give a fuck. If somebody doesn't like the truth because it's said in a manner that they don't approve of, I'm not gonna repackage it so that they can suck on it like a fucking pacifier. Fuck you if you think cringe is the answer.
Well, Vincent, do you think
I'm more about like building coalitions. I don't really care what people think either, but I am not gonna curse at them or tell them to go fuck themselves. It's like, you know.
Well, you also don't have the Chaos Emerald, so we have to figure
That's true.
something out.
I'm also a Quaker, so I got the pacifist thing pretty.
Yeah, I'm pretty pacifist too.
Yeah.
And what about you, Vincent? Where
I
do
am
you stand on this? Where do you stand on libertarianism? Is it cringe? Is it not cringe? What say you?
I think I don't really have that strong of an opinion against libertarianism. I have quite a few libertarian friends, but being that, I came from circa 2012, 2013, I was very heavily involved in socialist circles and communist circles. I found that I was often diametrically opposed to a lot of libertarians in a lot of ideological respects. But at the same time, I feel like looking back retrospectively, I can see the rationale behind a lot of it. So I'm not necessarily someone who thinks that libertarians are all just cringe libertarians or whatever. But I do think that there are a lot of those people that represent libertarianism. A lot of these cringy Reddit tier libertarians, I'm sure that all of you guys are aware of.
Oh God.
Yeah, the ones that the typical libertarian with the Asian wife.
I am not aware of this.
The typical libertarian sex pat. You're not aware of that stereotype?
No.
The white guy.
You know what? I think I'm from a much earlier, I guess, libertarian group. I don't know.
I know what Vincent's talking about, man. It's like you say libertarian and it means 100 different things, nothing to do with anti-authoritarianism.
Which is why we should all
just
be
curious,
I'm trying to abandon the term.
If you're just curious, watch a 5-minute video on iPencil. That's it.
See, here's
Curious
the
about
thing.
what?
If you're just curious about libertarianism and you just want a place to start there.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely good.
Well, first off, I disagree that that's a good foundational thing for libertarianism. I think that that's a good way to explain a libertarian principle. But if when I tell people about libertarianism and I want them to get involved and they're new to the thought pattern, if I'm talking about a simple short video, to me there's very little replacement for the animations of Thomas K. Mormo Music on Twitter. He does the George Ought to Help series.
Oh, those are pretty good.
And the videos, because he starts from a foundational ethical perspective and then moves up. To me, that's what you need to do.
After iPencil, go there.
Go there
the
first.
Ethics are foundational. iPencil and talking about things like the division of labor and high order goods. That's an interesting concept, and it's important to understand that, but that shouldn't be the basis of your philosophy.
Exactly.
That's where you get the difference between Friedmanites and Rothbardians, the dispute we have there, where you have people who are radical and hate the state versus people who are I just think that a free market society would be more efficient and more
or
beneficial.
Rothbard versus Proudhon, Kropotkin, Spooner, Knock, a lot of people, right? There's a lot of Konkin even. You should start with the moral or ethical, if you prefer, principles, and then move up to how you apply that. Because if you don't start from ethics or morals, you don't end up with a reason to believe Leonard Read. You don't end up with a reason to believe anything from the Mises Institute. If you
I wanted to start with For New Liberty, but I thought For New Liberty might be too big of a cake.
Thomas
K.
I like Jeremiah's answer to this, because I think one of the things that turns a lot of people off about libertarianism is that whenever you ask a group of libertarians about libertarianism, it all goes into Konkin, Block, bow tie, just all sorts of stuff about and that's all important stuff, but that's not particularly attractive to most people who are oh, what's that about again? Oh yeah, aren't you guys kind of like Republicans? That's
exactly.
It's not a winning discussion, but I do think that what you were pointing out, Jeremiah, that video is, I think, very helpful. It breaks down more from the compassion standpoint, which is one of the things that won me over was Mary Ruert's book, Healing Our World, which is a great book. And it came from a a standpoint that I actually think to the like the democratic socialist, that side thing is actually would be quite appealing, because it does go to, hey, you guys do want to help people. You know, everybody always is like, well, what we were talking about earlier, the Kochs and like all the greedy corporations and all that sort of stuff, which is what sort of gets pinned on libertarians. But
or The Law by Basquiat, because he was fucking pissed when he wrote that.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
and then,
I've recommended The Law to a lot of just, normie friends. It's short, you can get through it, and it is really, it's easy to understand, and it is incredibly impactful. That just explaining that this is what law is. It doesn't need to be any socialist stuff.
How many libertarians have Asian wives?
Wow.
I know one, and they're both Asian.
Good.
Yeah, that's the only one I know too. That's why I was just thinking that.
Hey, here's
okay, and then there's that gun chick, but that's
the faux philosopher,
Oh, okay.
He's Vietnamese,
I guess, but like,
see, here's my thing. Like, here's the thing. I don't do personality cults, so like, I don't like a lot of these things, even if they're not this. Like, don't follow people, follow ideas. Fuck people.
Yes.
There is a guttural reaction that some of the people in the chat have had regarding libertarianism. So this doesn't come from a place of logic. It just comes from a more guttural thing. So, for example, Aman Sadhu, before him, Randy Lenz says permissiveness is cringe, and Aman Sadhu after him says NAP is anathema to wetness of poon.
Okay,
well, first off,
fair
wetness
enough.
of poon can't be won with lack of consent, so that's fucking stupid. You're gonna get some dry ass pussy that way.
An interesting word choice today.
You get if you want wet pussy, she's gotta want it.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
Lev, I would love to spin it back. I know I missed Libertarian Party discussion, and this is where it's supposed to transition to let's talk libertarianism. But I would love to quickly. I had some severe disagreements in regards to a few things that were said quite commonly in the group.
Go for it.
Quick. First of all, Carl is dead on in regards to this lowercase bipartisan local approach to politics, a very realistic approach of getting power. So I'll skip that one, but that was like exactly what I say in all my debates. So Phil and Jeremiah, you guys both believe in direct action, individual choice, better options than the political process. Am I straw manning you, or that's realistic, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
here's the thing. This is an exclusive because I talk about it sometimes on podcasts, but not much. I am very much in my everyday life as an individual. I agree with you too. Logically, the most important thing you can do is deal with yourself, your community, your family, and politics is largely a sideshow. I do this mostly because it's fun. And I'll tell you, it's not logical to try to change politics. The most logical thing you can do is separate yourself from the state. So believe it or not, I'm with you both. I'm not here to say, hey, vote libertarian, guys. I'm here to tell you, hey, listen, if you don't like it, do something else, because I believe in multi-pronged approaches. People should deal with politics like me, who think it's fun, but not that effective. And people like you guys should continue stacking sats and taking care of your communities, creating alternative defense forces so you don't need police and military. These are the types of things that if you do them directly in your community, you can have a big impact. So I just wanted to square that one away real quick in case there's any question that I was on here to pimp any sort of political nature.
Well, hey, that sounds great, and it also sounds like not government.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you is for fun, I just do this. Now, on to the actual point that was made by Scott and Jake in regards to using the party to spread the message. This is what I disagree with probably the most, and the reason why I actually believe in abolishing the Libertarian Party, because it's a loser brigade of epic proportions. It's not just the Pragmatist Caucus. Everybody in the Libertarian Party represents losers, not because the individuals are losers, but because electorally the party represents failure of 50 years. Liberty and libertarianism have been run through the mud. And it makes me disgusted to see the idea that, well, let's take this organization that sucks and then try to have it convince people of anything. So the way that you spread libertarianism, lowercase libertarianism, or what I would prefer to call anti-authoritarianism, you spread that by winning. You spread that by winning political victories and reducing the laws, eliminating the laws that restrict my liberty. That's how you create a libertarian movement. Now, in regards to, well, don't people need organizations to help coordinate? Absolutely. That's my decentralization argument, which is I thought libertarians liked decentralized bottom-up solutions. Who in the hell wants somebody making decisions about libertarian policy 2,000 miles away? I want 5,000 different libertarian advocacy organizations in each city and county. That's the way to do it, but don't call it libertarianism, because libertarianism is a losing philosophy. So that's my response.
This does bring
So
us
we're not
to
libertarians anymore.
Real quick, here is a comment from Randy Lenz, who says, to pick up on what you just said, how would you reduce the level of governmental power to a local level? It doesn't ever happen.
You just do it, man. Just like Nike. Another corporatocracy fucking group. Nike.
Instead of Stone Phil,
you look up at the stars, you find a bright one, and you just say, man.
Instead of Stone Phil ripping the bong and not having answers, I have answers, dude. So the best solution is to run locally as a member of a Democratic or Republican party. It doesn't matter which one. The goal is to try to get power, and you don't get power running yellow. You get power when you are a Democrat in a Democratic district. You're on the debate stage and you got a fighting chance. Now, I believe in freedom. I believe in anti-authoritarianism, but the best way to go about that is not to use the dog whistle words. Use words like freedom. And honestly, I would much rather have, and this was a controversial statement last night, I can't believe the debate I just had, that I would rather have a mayor who's 20% libertarian and 80% Democratic as opposed to 100%. And I was mocked for this idea. Is this crazy? Does anybody really believe we should say no to libertarian politicians unless they're 100% by the book libertarian?
Say no to all politicians.
Well, no, I know. That's why, Jeremiah, that's why I introduced the idea that I do this for fun. The politics thing is stupid, and if you really care about your individual sovereignty, you will separate yourself from the state. You'll get your community separate from the state. You will figure out direct ways to make action against the government. So again, we have to just if we talk about that the whole time, it's a completely different discussion. And then why are the libertarians even here, right? Big waste of time.
I'm just here to collect Chaos Emeralds.
Yeah, and if there's one thing I could add on to what Ted said there, it's that just running as a Republican and Democrat, that's not the only option. A more important and possibly a more effective thing you can do is if you can get into a position where you are the one writing the policies. If you are, staffers and people who are like Sophia mentions here, if you are the ones that are actually running the show instead of putting on the show, then you can be more effective and you can actually have some real change there. So
if you build your own organizations, you can be in control of those without asking the government for permission.
But if we're talking about working with the government or in the government, then having those two things actually getting elected or having,
or you can make your own money and buy your own politicians. I mean, that's what is mostly done. People just buy their issues. What do you think lobbyists are? They walk up and down K Street, they take people out for lunch, and they buy their issues. Lobbyists are the ones who write the laws. Period. The lobbyists write the law. All the pharmaceutical lobbyists write the laws. Like, it's such an easy thing to conceptualize, but you have to throw so much money at it. It's a money game.
But Sophia, I just got totally proven wrong. The money is not the problem at all. And you know what? I changed my mind entirely. I now support the Koch brothers entirely.
Aren't the Koch
brothers both I'm not.
No, I was just mocking someone who was on
brothers.
earlier. I was just mocking someone who was on earlier.
Koch brothers. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't just have your own money. I mean, I live in Maryland. It's every race is entirely bought and sold. I could be county executive right now if I had $50,000 to put into county executive. Like, I mean, everyone knows how much it costs. Like, literally, here it's a money thing. If you raise $20,000, you have $20,000 to put into a race, you're gonna win county council. Like, that's just how it works. It's all literally a money game. And you can run as a Democrat. You can't run as a Republican in my county because no one will vote for you because of the way that things are done now. But yeah, if you run as a Democrat, like I like what Carl said about 20% of what you find acceptable versus having to be this 100% purity test, because that's exactly what's wrong with the Republican Party. Like, everybody has to be this perfect somehow person who has never said anything or done anything bad, and the Democrats will take rapists and pedophiles and whoever, throw them up there, put the lipstick on them, and run them as vice president. I mean, I don't understand. It's what happens.
Here's where I can argue with you. Not that the Democrats don't do that, but that the Republicans do. because Republicans, like, you can find this list of people who've been like officially elected representatives in the Republican Party who were actively convicted of sex crimes with children, or who were later found to be guilty of the same thing. They'll take them as well. Republicans will also take them. It's not a Democrat or Republican issue. It's a fact that we have the same stock of people worshiping in front of a Moloch statue. That's the issue, and it's on both sides.
Yeah,
fuck these fucking pedophiles. They're all in power. Fuck all of them.
Okay, so look at what it says over here. So
Actually,
this is something that I got from HP Zero Lovecraft. Zero HP Lovecraft, one of my favorite Twitter personalities. So he sent me this. It says, "Why does libertarianism lose to woke? Because woke is intolerant and aggressive, much more so than." Hold on, let me move this up. Sorry, Mel Gibson, I got to read this. Okay, because woke is intolerant and aggressive much more so than the old liberal left and the libertarian right. Moloch is at play here. Libertarianism also loses to various other predators that are out there that prey on human beings. Corporations, for example, will increasingly use AI technology to kill people quietly, take all their time and energy, destroy things that are valuable to them, etc.
And openly, AI is a massive threat. I've been like banging the fucking drum about AI on my fucking Twitter, and nobody listens to me until it's too late. They're already getting RoboCop helmets in fucking Flint, fucking Michigan, and people didn't believe me, but it's there now. China's fucking smart glasses technology that's used to monitor citizens and control cities is in fucking America now, just like I fucking told you, but I'm just the insane guy. You don't listen to me.
Yeah, all right.
You are very insane.
Me either, Jeremiah, because I've been saying the same thing, especially in regards to how people think this technology actually works, because it's not really artificial intelligence per se, it's sorting. So they just sort you into a category based on all the information they take in from you. So they can take in this information very, very quickly and sort you into a category as a criminal. And then the little robot dog that looks so cute walking down the street is going to shoot you. And I saw somebody say, oh, well, I'll just have to have my gun. I think it was Hero. I'll just have to have my gun. Like, no, there's no gun fast enough that's going to be able to take out these robot dogs or the robots themselves. Like, the dogs are vicious, but the actual like robots are crazy.
And these robots don't bleed.
Whatever, more technology. And robots don't bleed.
And see, even if you got rid of the robot dogs, even if you fought that part of Cybernet, they got rods from fucking God, they got missiles, they got fucking Predator and Reaper drones, they got everything they fucking need. And that's the thing. Yeah, you can feel like, and this is the reason I think we disagree, but on a thing that we could agree on, Sophia, because I think that largely we need to step away from electoral politics as a modus of change, even though you can buy your way in, because I think all that money, if put into active efforts to be alternatives to the state, would be much better spent. And the state itself is a massive apparatus, a breathtakingly, impossibly large behemoth that has grown massively in scope, especially considering the fact that governments no longer compete as much as they used to, and they now largely work with one another in a globalistic hegemony of power and control. And ultimately, they don't give a fuck about your local level. They don't give a fuck about any of that. The only way you can change this kind of thing on your own is through like living a better life personally, and the only way you can change it on a community level is to build organizations from the ground up that do not operate like the state wants them to operate. Ultimately, when you're working with the state institutions and state power and trying to get people involved with the state, you're going to end up with people who are only 20% libertarian, when instead you could get people 100% libertarian, building their own organizations from the ground up, and then militantly opposing those who would try to crush their freedom. That's my goal.
I just think a hybrid approach would cover all your bases. Maybe. So maybe you have your individual group, but if you have somebody who is good at politics in your individual group, they can work that angle. Like, I'm not a politics person. I could never run for politics because I would curse all these people out, and I would go and find all their dirt and I would just expose it. It would be no question about it. So I could never do it. But could I work with somebody who is capable of having the decorum necessary to infiltrate the politics? I mean, yeah, that's sort of like a hybrid. Like, you want to, when you're fighting somebody who's bigger than you and who uses tactics that you are literally unable to use, it's an unfair fight. You want to fight them from every side you can get on. And that's a Hotep thing. Like, because like the old like Hotep sort of philosophy was, you know, black people, black empowerment, black. But this Hotep culture that I'm immersed in is a multicultural. It's like anybody can be a Hotep, whatever you are, whatever, it doesn't matter. Anybody can be a Hotep. Why? Because we recognize that you need people fighting on multiple fronts. You need to attack in such a way that the enemy can't put all of you down at once. So if they put this group down and that group down, and this one down, they can't possibly put every single person who is affiliated, a sympathizer, or whatever down at the same time. They could try, but it'd be extremely difficult. And that's one of the, you know, sort of like Obama style organizing techniques, where you just had all these little factions of people, where if they put down this, they put down BLM, then you have Antifa come up. You have Antifa come up, you have OFM, you have all, you know, Acorn, all these little groups that come up. They can't literally put all of them down at once, because there's no way to identify all. I mean, not with our FBI and CIA. They refuse to. They have all the information. They refuse to act on it, but there's no way they would put all of them down at once until they become an actual threat to their power. So as long as they're not a threat to their power, they're going to let them keep organizing. And that's why you have to do it. You want to have covert operations, or you want to have overt operations, where you're able to attack from multiple viewpoints.
Right. And see, that's the thing. I'm not like 100% opposed to working with people who are involved in politics, which is why I still have people involved in politics in my following list, which is why I'm willing to have them on my show to talk about this kind of thing, which you might be an interesting person to talk to personally about this, because I got some questions about your version of Hotep. But
I'd love to hear that.
But let me
be very odd.
Well, and I'm fine with that, because I want something new. And that's the thing. My particular tactic, what I'm developing, I'm like 2/3 of the way through writing a book about this. What I'm trying to develop is called anarcho-coalitionism, which is where you build ad hoc coalitions that can be built and broken at any time. You know, like with the members of that coalition's consent, built and broken at any time, to like do specific task-focused things. So like, you want to end the war on drugs, you get the police out of your neighborhood. You focus on building your own neighborhood community organizing for that purpose. You get social workers involved. You want to end the war on terror. You get the feds out of your neighborhood. You sort of ostracize people who've been in the military, that sort of thing. Like, you want to end pedophilia in your neighborhood. You make it very clear that that pedophiles will not be able to engage with any of the social strata there, that sort of thing. But like, not just your neighborhood, online as well, like community organizing online for the purposes of getting things like this done. And ultimately, if your coalition wants to include people who actively work to change the laws, if you think that that's a valuable thing, I'm not going to stop you. That would be authoritarian. So my particular approach is to say, if you want to do that, 100% more power to you. We'll see if it works. Then we'll also get these competing institutions where it's 100% libertarian and you don't have to ask for permission, working alongside those people, and we'll see who has more success. Because I want that's the reason the state crushes these things in their infancy. That's the reason they bombed the Philadelphia Move like project. That's the reason that they sieged Waco. That's the reason that they destroyed Ruby Ridge and like militantly seized the Bundy protests. That's the reason they're shooting people in the middle of these BLM protests with like rubber bullets so that they can say they didn't shoot them with lethal rounds. they want to break up these things as early as possible, because the more of these experiments fail, the less people will think it's scientifically possible. So what I want to do is I want to get the entire world, the entire unitary for anarchy, and I want to see what's the most effective strategy for reducing and eventually eliminating the power of the state, and eventually throwing those people into the dustbin of history. Which means effectively, if you want to work with those people, with people in power, 100% go for it. I'm not going to stop you. But if you also want to just build an organization of people who are interested in doing this from the ground up, that's more what I would probably be personally interested in doing. So, like, I don't oppose your strategy at all. I just, I personally have a different tactic. And I also think that the Libertarian Party isn't necessarily the way to go about that, because the Libertarian Party has historically been driven by conservative politics, largely by the wallets of those who push the ideas. And you want to talk money, that's where you should look. You should look at where the money's been coming from for the Libertarian Party. And the Libertarian Party specifically has constantly seen steering money from many organizations directly affiliated with the Koch brothers, not only them, but also a ton of other conservative think tanks, which eventually resulted in the removal of things like the non-aggression principle from the planks, and the gradual dissolution of a lot of the anti-state principles with which the party was originally founded. So my particular thing is, unless the Libertarian Party is willing to massively change and stop selling out, which, maybe Spike and Joe would be on board with that. Maybe they would, but I kind of doubt it, because I'm a cynical asshole. But that's the general principle. Build your coalition, and if your coalition works, that's the model to repeat 100%. So I want to see if your model would have long enduring success. That's my desire. I want to see labs. I want to see science. I want to see proof.
I want to go to Imudo now, who is just joining us. Imudo, you are from the part of Twitter that, from what I understand, you don't really you're not a big fan of libertarianism, and one of the goals of this stream was to be able to kind of peer in and dissect what exactly the big disagreements are, if there are any, from your side. So please let me know.
It's not exactly that I disagree with libertarians. I just don't get political in the first place. I feel like a lot of political progress doesn't come with words and discourse like this. I feel like people who, listen to the things you're saying, whether they're good or not, are people who already more or less agree with you. And the big bads, I don't think are going to be defeated or overthrown with, just words.
You don't think that sitting around on a live stream is going to end the state?
So
yeah,
here's
exactly. So I don't bother.
Here's the thing. You have a profile picture I can see right now, which is covered in symbology. So why don't we talk about the symbology that your profile picture is covered in, and talk about how words are just another type of symbology, and you're doing plenty of talking with your profile picture alone.
Of course. Symbology, words, very, very similar things. Like you said, words are symbols.
They're the same thing.
Of course, they're the same thing. Yes, but of course, they only affect people looking at my picture, just like my words only affect people who are listening. Right.
So we should have an effect on as many people as possible, shouldn't we? Isn't that why you have these symbols here, so that you have an effect, so that we can see your swastikas there?
Yeah, of course.
Now, technically speaking, I do like the idea of bringing swastikas into something more in the historical context of it being used by a lot of Indo-European people in history, and that's not something that I just want to take away from that whole picture. I wouldn't want the horrible things that have been done with them to be the measure of any use of it in the future, just because it is one of those primordial symbols. It is something that I think does go back into, things that can be experienced in the astral realm and things of that nature.
So
So why do you use the swastika? That's a question.
Why do I use it? It's an incredibly powerful symbol. You see it in the sky. The rest of the symbols, most of the symbols in my profile picture come from the sky. They are planets and stars.
So you personally do not identify as a white supremacist, right? Or a Nazi?
I'm not white.
Okay. So you personally don't identify as a Nazi, right?
Nope.
See, that's why you need to use your words, because otherwise your profile picture would have the wrong level of influence on people.
Well, when it comes
Depends on the person.
When it comes to using words, I wanted to highlight this thread that was also written by Zero HP Lovecraft talking about the quokka. Look how adorable this animal is, by the way. All right?
Beyond adorable. Holy moly.
Yes.
Wow.
So
Words cannot describe.
Beautiful.
Yes, exactly. Words cannot describe. The quokka is a meme animal that lives on Bald Island on the southwest coast of Australia, where it has no natural predators. If you visit this island, it will fearlessly walk up and try to hug you. Oh, that's adorable. Why am I telling you this? Because the Eye of Sauron has fallen on the rationalists. So this is something that Aman Sadhu, one of our great patrons, patreon.com/breaktherules of the three. Go there right now, become a patron, $20 patronage gets you a beautiful print from Geo, who's going to be joining us later. And don't forget to subscribe. New people who are watching this and have not subscribed, subscribe right now. This is great content here. Anyway,
that was the best ad drop in the history of ad drops.
Yeah, Lev is good.
Shit.
I appreciate it.
You just show me a cute marsupial, I will fork over all my money.
That's the idea. Oh, speaking of forking over your money, streamlabs.com/LevJules. If you go there, I will send the link in the chat. For those who are not aware, it goes through PayPal right now, and also cryptocurrencycheckout.com. Either way, donate, get your word out there.
I also wanted to give you an update.
Yes.
I sent a message to Naomi. I said, just had an idea come up while on a stream where your service could replace Streamlabs if people could donate with a message during streams. She says, yeah, people already use it for that, actually. Bitcoin Jake, actually, that's at Bitcoin Jake 09 on Twitter, actually created an OBS plugin, and we added a notification feature so streamers are alerted when someone sends a message. Try it out and let us know if we can improve it. And I said, oh, awesome, I'll let them know. She said she fucking did this thingy and said would love feedback, because we've been that's one of the things, like when I started to push it, even though like I've still never been paid for it, my stuff barely pays rent. So if y'all want to fork over some money on my channel, feel free. But that's the conversations I normally have with her are about how to improve that. Like I've put a lot of ideas forward, and she's very open to like sort of input and discussion. So if you've got an idea for Cointree, feel free to let her know, because I'm sure that this is one of the reasons I like anarchists and like people close to the ground. They're not like unwilling to talk. They're willing to have like conversations, and they don't like buy into that false veneer of authority where you're like, oh, you're not a sufficient level of influence, so we can't talk to you. So feel free to hit her up if you want to give her ideas for the service.
I really appreciate it, and I would love to have her on the stream whenever she'd be interested in coming on to talk about this as well. This is definitely a service that I would want to use. So getting back to the thread over here, I'm just going to read what Zero HP Lovecraft wrote. So going back to the quokka, talking about how this is an animal that would just come up to people, and why am I telling you this? Because the Eye of Sauron has fallen on the rationalists. There was a time in the past when I considered myself to be one of them, the rationalists. Rationalism arose out of a particular cultural movement when new atheism made people realize that they actually wanted to believe in something strongly, even if that thing was phrased as a negative. This sounds like a paradox. New atheism became popular precisely because so many young people were lacking in any kind of creed or doctrine. It sold itself as a belief system, it had an obvious enemy, and it captured the free religious energy of many post-Christians. But that capture was fleeting because most people can't worship a void. In a moment like this, anyone who can speak in the rabbinical mode can found a cult, even by accident. This was Eliezer Yudkolowski, a name whose Kabbalistic implications we are still working out. Rationalists are, in Scott Alexander's formulation, missing a mood, or rather they are drawn from a pool of mostly men who are missing one. Normal people instinctively grasp social norms without having them explained. Rationalists lack this instinct. In particular, they struggle with small talk and other social norms around speech because they naively think words are a vehicle for their literal meanings. Yud sequences help this by formalizing the implicit decisions that normal people make. There is a certain type of nerd who really can't pick up on social cues, can't read intentions. It's overly reductive to tar this kind of person as autistic. It's a large number of men, highly comorbid with mathematical aptitude. The quokka, like the rationalist, is a creature marked by profound innocence. The quokka can imagine you might eat it, and the rationalist can imagine you might deceive him. As long they stay on their islands, they survive, but both species have problems if a human shows up. In theory, rationalists like game theory. In practice, they need to adjust their priors. Real-life exchanges can be modeled as a prisoner's dilemma. In the classic version, the prisoners can't communicate, so they have to guess whether the other player will defect or cooperate. The game changes when we realize that life is not a single dilemma, but a series of them, and that we can remember the behavior of other agents. Now we need to cooperate, and the best strategy is tit for two tats, wherein we cooperate until our opponent defects twice. The problem is, this is where rationalists hit a mental stop sign, because in the real world, there is one more strategy that the game doesn't model: lying. The real best strategy is be good at lying so that you always convince your opponent to cooperate then defect. And rationalists, bless their heart, are really easy to lie to. It's not like taking candy from a baby. Babies actually try to hang on to their candy. The rationalists just limply let go and mutter, "I noticed, I am confused." This is also why they are polyamorous. All this comes off as mean, but I emphasize because I was once like them. Yud teaches you a mental model of how people behave when you desperately need one, framed in terms that are familiar. When you don't know how people work at all, a bad model is still a huge improvement. Rationalists are quokkas. This explains a lot about them. Their fear instincts have atrophied. When a quokka sees a predator, he walks right up. When the rationalists talk about human biodiversity on a blog under almost his real name, he doesn't flinch away. A normal person learns from social cues that certain topics are forbidden, and that if you ask questions about them, you had better get the right answer, which is not the one with the highest probability of being true, but the one with the highest probability of keeping your job. The ability to ask uncomfortable questions is one of the rationalist's best and worst attributes, because mental stop signs, like road stop signs, actually exist to keep you safe, and although there may be times one should disregard them, most people should obey them. God, this is long. I'm going to finish up over here. So, this is especially obvious when rationalists try to talk about love and sex, because their missing instincts cause them to create social hellscapes where everyone tries to act as if their true desires are exactly the ones they are able to articulate. So anyway, it goes on and on and on about rationalism. I think the reason...
I read this thread
Yes.
and I thought it was amazing, and I would boil it down to this. Polite society needs rules, rituals, and religion. If you don't have those tenets in your society, people are going to replace them with whatever they come with. So it's best to, again, like Jeremiah said, start people off young with the rules, with the rituals, and with the religion, so that they don't have to spend so much time trying to figure it out. I mean, otherwise you have a lot of, like, I've seen lost people wandering around trying to figure out, especially in the Black community, what are our rituals, what are our cultural rituals, what are our cultural rules, what is our cultural religion. That's why you have a lot of these people that are like, oh, well, we should be worshiping these African gods, or like in BLM where they literally do worship the African gods, when most Black people aren't from Africa. So it's a huge problem if you don't instinctively in the beginning decide to institute rules, rituals, and religion as a part of your community. If you miss those, then your community is always going to be disjointed, and it's going to be easily corrupted and co-opted, just like in that thread. I remember reading that thread. I thought it was amazing. It's long, but it's amazing.
I agree with Sophia there. The rules, rituals, and religion are really key to having a society that works, that isn't disastrous, violent, and chaotic in the bad sense, not just the anarcho-capitalist sense, not like that. Those are really foundational. I'm conflicted about that whole thread. I don't really understand the connection they're trying to make between rationalism as like an epistemological philosophy and the connection between this group of people they're describing that misses the social cues and conventions and has all of those consequences. I don't really understand why that would be derived from rationalism itself, but there is definitely the phenomenon they describe is definitely something that goes on in our culture.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, and I think though, I'm sorry, Jeremiah. I'll be very brief. I'm not really sure about the rationalism thing either, but I think this is one of the things that right libertarians talk about a lot is that the wholeness or whatever of libertarianism is not necessarily inclusive of that sort of stuff. That's why there's so many religious people that are on sort of the right spectrum of libertarian. Like I'm a Quaker, Tom Woods is a Catholic. There's a ton of Catholics in there. Like it's there is something about that I agree to, that you do need to have a fundamental mythos of your society to be able to communicate in a way that is relevant and makes sense, and also it's also a really good basis for trusting somebody. Like if somebody's, I'm a libertarian. I don't think there should be laws against like prostitution and that sort of stuff. But if somebody is frequently going and seeing a prostitute, that's their life. But there's just something about that where I go, yeah, this may not be somebody I want to hang around a whole bunch. And it's just a different lifestyle, and it's not for me, and it's not for my kids to be around that kind of stuff. But I don't think there should be violent laws against it. Like that sort of would be like, I would say the more right approach to this is that you would form a community, and your community may have those rules. But outside of whatever your border is, there's the red light district or whatever. And I think that's how societies function forever. And I don't think it's a bad way.
Will Childerberg Town have brothels?
No.
What about
I'm
harems?
not going there anymore.
What about harems? Are harems, do they violate the NAP?
Here's the thing. Let me be very fucking specific about the critical flaw in people who take that threat at face value. First off, the implication of using a quokka in the beginning of it and describing the defenseless nature of the quokka is classic well poisoning. They want to short circuit your rational parts of your brain in an attempt to get you to avoid thinking about the fact, and this is the second part, that for people telling you that the truth does not matter, that we are in fact post-truth, which post-truth is a huge subject all on its own, they want you to take this thread at face value and ignore the idea, the prospect, and the ultimate fact that people who think that truth does not matter and people who think that lying is the ultimate power might be lying to you. That this entire thread could be bullshit designed to stop you from being rational in favor of focusing on their particular style of community, their particular modus for society, and their particular way of being in terms of in terms of interfacing with the world. That's the reason they want you to respect the mental stop sign, because the old thing, repeat a lie often enough and it becomes the truth. If they can get an entire thread of bullshit going and they can get you to believe that, then they don't need to like provide any proof for their claims. All they need to do is build those mental stop signs and then tell you it's good to obey them.
That's the mask thing and the social distancing thing. You nailed it. Like they said it enough times. Now everybody believes it to be the gospel. It's crazy, isn't it?
And see, like that's the thing. When I went and pushed those mental stop signs out of the way, when I worked my ass off on 3 long articles and didn't get nearly the amount of attention that these articles deserve, because nobody wants to read that many things. But like when I did that, I conclusively proved, not only from my own perspective, but from the perspective of a ton of doctors, that that this whole COVID thing was being used as a way to increase control and not designed to improve your health at all. When I did that, it got a lot of people angry with me. A lot of people who didn't actually fucking read it because they respected their mental stop signs. They accepted cognitive dissonance. They didn't kill the cops in their mind. They didn't despook themselves, as Stirner would put it. They didn't do shit. They're lazy. This is a lazy way of thinking, and this thread basically codifies a lazy way of thinking, whereby you don't build a new or better thing. You rely on the existing structures, the existing social stratas, and the existing ways that traditionally society has been run. For instance, you want to talk about Quaker shit, Jake. Let me talk about Christian anarchy for a moment and read a passage from Tolstoy's "The Kingdom of God is Within You."
Let's make this happen.
Because he references Baloo, and he says
that's my founding book. That's where I learned about Quakerism, because he mentions that once or twice, and I went, oh, I wonder if those people are still around.
Right. So you then know about this line, and I'm going to briefly paraphrase, like, because it's referencing a bunch of other stuff, but basically it says in a pamphlet under the title "How Many Does It Take?" Baloo says, quote, "How many does it take to metamorphose wickedness into righteousness? One man must not kill. If he does, it is murder. 10, 100 men acting on their own responsibility must not kill. If they do, it is still murder. But a state or a nation may kill as many as they please, and it is no murder. It is just necessary, commendable, and right. Only get people enough to agree to it, and the butchery of myriads of human beings is perfectly innocent. But how many does it take? That is the question. Just so with theft, robbery, burglary, and all other crimes. But a whole nation can commit it. But how many does it take? End quote. Why must 110 or 100 men not violate God's law, while very many may? Here is Baloo's catechism, translated freely with some omissions, composed for his flock, the Catechism of Non-Resistance. Question: whence originated the term non-resistance? Answer: from the injunction resist not evil. Matt verse 39. What does the term signify? It expresses a high Christian virtue prescribed by Christ. Question: is the word resistance to be taken in its widest meaning, that is, as showing that no resistance whatsoever is to be shown to evil? Answer: no, it is to be taken in the strict sense of the Savior's injunction. That is, we are not to retaliate evil with evil. Evil is to be resisted by all just means, but never with evil. From what can we see that Christ in such cases prescribed non-resistance? Answer: from the words which he then used. He said, "Ye have heard that it hath been said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But I say unto you, that ye resist not evil. But whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also. And if any man will sue thee at law, and take away thy coat, let him have thy cloak also." To whom does Jesus refer in these words? It has been said. Answer: to the patriarchs and prophets, to what they said, to what is contained in the writings of the Old Testament, which the Jews generally call the law and the prophets. Question: what injunctions did Christ mean by "it hath been said"? Answer: those injunctions by, and like basically, okay, so there's a lot more here, and I'm probably like doing too much preaching, but read it. Read this book, because basically what he's saying is that even in the context of religion, most society has been perverted because they ignored what the religion actually would say, if not perverted by liars. So this lying thread, lying about the fact that you need to have all these social structures based on things that aren't rational, even ignores the fundamental truths of the most popular and successful historical social structured religions, which, you know, Christianity, Islam, both of these religions are wildly popular, but both of them say relatively similar things in this regard. And they definitely don't support the kind of government that the Democrats and the Republicans want, which is why they're always trying to kick the stool out from under Christianity, which is why they're always trying to undermine religion, because ultimately the religion itself is being replaced by a religion of the state.
Yes.
And when you end up with these social stratas, with these social structures, and you tell people that they need religion, rules, and I don't remember the third R you used, Sophia, I apologize. Rituals. Then they will make the religion the state. They will make the rituals the voting and superstitious paths to power that one man can become a god by doing. They will do the rules to their benefit, so that these gods will have all of the power, and all of the people under them will constantly respect their authority no matter how much they abuse it. And they don't care that the religion that they're going against is the religion that they claim to be for. Christianity is the most popular religion. The Vatican is huge. Protestant Christianity and the family of Christian believers that runs Washington, they both had to massively pervert the Bible in order to get where they wanted to go, because ultimately it's not religion that people need. It's social structure. So they decided to make that social structure religion so that they could make manifest destiny, so that they could say that everything they do is with God's will, and ultimately pervert the entirety of the original gospel, cutting out a huge amount in the Council of Nicaea, I might add, in order to change things toward their power. So it's not religion, rules, and rituals we need, it's structure. And that can come in many forms. But, getting past these mental stop signs is really, really good. And it's a thing that this thread wanted people to avoid, because if they believe the bullshit, if they believe that this person couldn't possibly be lying to them, if this thread speaks directly to the rationalists, which they say are vulnerable to this tactic, then they can get away with anything they want. So I think this thread is full of shit.
I think that you're missing, I think maybe interactions with regular people, because regular people, what was in that thread applies to them. This is how they act. Like, I found it to be fantastic. Well, in general, that's why I think
we're always gonna have like a smaller amount of people that are gonna be. I'm sorry, at least this is how I find things. We're always gonna have a smaller amount of people that will be, let's say, interested even in the conversation we're having right now, and a larger amount of people more into Katy Perry or whatever. But I wanna be possessed.
That's kind of the Pareto principle.
Well, hold on.
We don't need to get those mass majority. We just need to wag the dog. The society is not driven by the masses. Society is not driven by the person who cleans your floors. I'm sorry. Society is driven by the radicals, the weird ones, the people who have something to say, because their words endure.
I don't agree with that.
We don't. All right, then name me a normal person from the days of Plato that wasn't Plato.
No, what I mean is the society is driven by the money changers. I mean, the money changers are the ones who set the policy. We don't know their names. We don't know. I mean, I don't have your specific philosophy about how society functions, but the money changers are the ones who said, oh, you guys need to go to war with those guys, and we'll lend you money on both sides, and then you're both going to be fighting. This is how society has generally functioned. And we, thinking that we have some important role in this, have just been basically playing our own role. So by me trying to boil it down and say rules, rituals, and religion, it gives us people who have a higher understanding, the ability of connecting with people who have a lower understanding, because that's really the bringing together of the community that would really like put them out of power. Because right now we can't talk to normies. I talk to normies. It's extremely frustrating.
Diogenes lived in a barrel. Are you familiar with Diogenes of Sinope?
That's my favorite story.
Isn't that the guy with the dogs? Acting like dog or something?
In the sunlight.
Are you familiar with Diogenes, Sophia? I'm just curious.
I've heard of the name, but I'm not really. I study more of my own cultural stuff.
Right. Okay.
I guess,
and
as opposed to historical stuff. So
no,
I have
this
heard
is
of
some
the
ancient
name,
stuff,
though, but
Sophia.
I haven't gotten into all of that. It's very, very.
By the way, Jeremiah, after your comment, I'm going to read Zero HP's replies. So Jeremiah, go for it, but then I'm going to have to read the replies.
After that, can I jump in at some point?
After the replies, Jeremiah, and then Phil.
Diogenes of Sinope lived in a barrel. He regularly communicated with dogs. He didn't have a formal home, and he would shit and piss in the streets and sometimes on people.
I have heard this story.
So basically, his entire philosophy was to fuck with the system. And his entire philosophy was to bite back at the not only the people who thought they knew everything, but the people who followed them. And one of the key moments,
big fan of Rage Against the Machine.
One of the key moments in his life that I always fucking bring up is the fact that I think it was Plato was discussing like what constitutes a man. He Plato's like, oh well, this is a featherless biped, and then he plucks a chicken the next day and throws and throws it into the midst of these people and says, "Behold, I have brought you a man." And so he got Plato to reclassify humans to a featherless biped with broad flat nails. So that's how you change shit. You change shit by bashing at the established views and being willing to uncompromisingly fuck with these people's preconceived notions. Like Hotep is that. Hotep is a radical movement in a different direction, and I don't dislike the direction it moves in. Hotep is a perfect example of being an intellectual for a different sort of society and trying to wag the dog. It's being better on your own, saying your community should be structured around that betterness, and saying that this radical community should fight back against everything else. That's how you change shit. Hotep will only change shit if I'm right.
Well, I hope they do change shit. And by the way, I love the fire or whatever it is that you're staring at, Hotep Sophia. It looks like a fire pit or something.
I have my white nationalist tiki torch as I was labeled head of the white nationalist by Yakov on this show a few weeks ago. So I have to have my obligatory tiki torch. Yeah, I was on the show for 9/11, and they simultaneously said I was the leader of the white nationalists, and also they would eat me first in the revolution. So
9/11 was a planned attack. So
we'll get to 9/11 later.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Everyone would be a wild show.
I gotta start reading the comments. I'm not deflecting. I am not deflecting from 9/11. I simply must read the comments from Zero HP. Okay, so I'm gonna be possessed. I'm gonna be possessed by the spirit of Zero HP Lovecraft now. Okay. I mean, no offense to Jeremiah. I am a friend of autists, but libertarians of his variety, is he a libertarian, suffers from the typical minds theory. Such people think that once other people's minds work the way they do, such people think that other people's minds work the way they do, when in fact they do not. Well, let me finish, I gotta read. When in fact they do not even slightly. People are bottomlessly irrational. Jeremiah is sort of correct about civic religion versus Christian religion. No, Jeremiah, most people are idiots and they must be stopped from thinking. Thank you, based Hotep. Society is not driven by the people, it is driven by an organized minority. Yes, name them queen. Oh boy. Name someone who was historically significant. Name someone who was historically insignificant 3,000 years ago. Go ahead, I dare you. I think that
wasn't that the guy Grigoratos? You guys, you know him. I think he was around the same time as Plato, right? The guy who swept up the agora after everybody left.
Man, that's a deep cut.
Wow.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
See,
I don't know. I think it's ringing the bell, but
so let me respond directly to that. First, I have been to many therapists, and I have not once been diagnosed.
Okay.
And my particular diagnosis is for bipolarism. I am excessively angry, and right now I am in a manic phase. But I am not autistic. I can communicate fine. I have a lot of people in my social structure. So, you can off yourself with that. But let me be very specific when I say that I don't think most people think like me. And I'm glad of that because my brain is a fucked up place to be. I'm a bipolar person who has had vicious night terrors since I was 4. I don't want people to have to live the way I do. So ultimately, no and no. Third point, the social strata is built directly so that the minority that the state approves of gets the most attention. It didn't always used to be this way, which is why somebody like Jesus could rise to prominence to begin with. So ultimately, we're dealing with a person who refuses to acknowledge that while the masses may think one way, they can be influenced by somebody who is not in power already. This is bullshit. And they still didn't acknowledge the fact that this thread was built for the purpose of advocating lying, and that the person who built the thread could be lying to you. So I am not only
just so you know, I mean, you may already know this, but he was the thread builder. So Zero HP, he was the one who made that
Zero
thread.
HP could be lying to you. So like, let me be very specific when I say I don't think like other people, because I just thought a level ahead of your bullshit. And when it comes to this particular thread, the idea that a person advocating lying couldn't be lying about their advocacy, that is the true naivete. That is the true fallacy. You are guilty in the exact same way of the thing you're accusing me of being guilty of, and falling into the trap of the masses, thinking that, well, you know, I can't possibly be guilty of the thing I think is bad. You've rationalized yourself into a corner about rationalism, and it's fucking hilarious.
But what if he knew that you would know that he was lying about advocating?
20B chess, guys. 20B chess.
Well, then I would love to know what kind of thing he was hoping to circumvent with that. Maybe
Actually, you know,
maybe he hopes I'll be.
I am interested to know what he's
anti-lying movement.
Yeah,
because
I would
the
actually
whole
be
thing
curious
is
to
bullshit.
hear him come
He
on.
has no foundation, none. That's why he started with a fucking animal.
Because all he's saying here is that like this rationalism, you know, the people who believe in are losers. I'm curious as to what he's saying the alternative is,
And how does he rationalize that alternative irrationally without lying?
Well, we're going to find out soon. My inner shill is demanding that I say everybody subscribe who's coming in here from Zero HP. God bless Zero HP Lovecraft. He retweeted this, so we're going to have people coming in from his side. Please subscribe. This is one of the best underrated YouTube shows, live streams of all time. We're constantly growing thanks to your support, and we're also going to be having Free For All Friday tomorrow, which is going to be about alien-related conspiracy theories having to do with Dolce Base, for those who are interested in that conversation. And anyway, let's go back to this conversation.
Hey,
if you're gonna have aliens and conspiracy shit, then you're gonna want to get Dogman Respector on that. So contact him.
Dogman, but also Respector. The aliens are in the UAE. They're not in Dolce. That's okay.
Didn't Phil? Weren't you going to say something? 20 minutes ago?
Yeah. Yeah. So it's just real quick. Speaking of shilling, this is like my show for Bitcoin. But what Hotep was talking about, that it's the money, and for the first time, Bitcoin is providing a way for the average day pleb to take advantage of sound money when they weren't able to leverage powerful monetary freedoms to begin with. And we're seeing this on the large scale with corporations, it's almost the C word, corporations, but we're seeing this with large businesses that are looking ahead towards the future, seeing negative yields, and they are putting their treasuries into Bitcoin. And right now, the average pleb, if everyone actually stacks sats, $5 a month even, that would actually do something. And that's why it's so important to me to in a way evangelize people about sound money principles, because it kind of goes back to in a way having a decentralized movement of diverse people and trying new and different things. That looks delicious. I don't know what the fuck that was. What is that?
That is sweet potatoes with a big chunk of butter on it. Salted butter.
I probably do without the butter, but you're my best friend with sweet potatoes and cinnamon and Himalayan salt.
Okay, I need to attack you on this. Why are you anti-fat?
I'm actually not. I'm trying to go full carnivore, but like that is a stigma. Like getting all the fat in. Like I'm still like iffy, but I'm working my way through full carnivore.
You're also a fucking toothpick.
So am I.
This is a very flattering camera. I'll tell you that.
I need
Anyway,
to work out more.
Get fat. Get
anyway,
protein.
like short story long here. Like people, like average plebs, have the ability to empower themselves with sound money. Because eventually everyone's going to have to, if large corporations with actual fiat capital are doing this now, then it's kind of inevitable in some way, shape, or form.
And with butter.
I'm going to
lots of butter.
So now I'm going to read Zero HP's response to you, Jeremiah, and after that I'm going to eat these delicious sweet potatoes before they get cold and hard. So here we go.
That's what she said.
It's worth noting that there is a difference between truth with a capital T and truth with a lower t. In fact, it's something of a gradient, but in the main, small things that you can verify firsthand empirically, that can be true. Larger things, which are built on abstractions or which have moral valence, are true. True things are not true in the way that true things are because they exist in a realm of emotion, signaling value and moment-to-moment expedience. Rationalism is the fallacy that true things with a capital T are true. Ultimately, all big T true beliefs are felt in the gut, not rationalized in the mind. The rationalization comes after, the truth in the gut comes first. It is not even possible for me to lie. It is not even possible for me to lie to you about big T truths. Because they are built on top of a... Because
What?
I gotta eat these fucking sweet potatoes. Let me finish. Let me finish, motherfucker. I gotta eat these sweet potatoes. Okay. It is not even possible for me to lie to you about big T truths because they are built on top of a swirling warp of meta-narratives. You are pretending that your views are rational when, in fact, they come from your stomach. And speaking of stomach, I'm going to fill mine up with these delicious sweet potatoes now. So take it from here, guys.
By the way, we need to start a new
can
meme, and it's going to be called Big Truthy Bitches. And also, I like where it's coming with like this subjective value kind of thing. I don't know if he's a libertarian or Austrian, but there's probably some flaw that Jeremiah's going to find, and I'm looking forward to it. Let's go.
Well, yeah. If I can just jump in real quick before Jeremiah pops off, I suspect this is bullshit. You can't verify anything empirically. The way you verify things is by mixing them up and sorting them in categories through the rational process. That was Kant's model of like the sausage grinder.
What if it's math?
It's fake and it's gay.
So
not like Keynesian like bullshit graphs math. Like
on that score.
Wait. Zero HP says, I am not a libertarian. I am not a libertarian. Okay.
Of course he's not. He's a lying punk. So let me be... Go ahead.
Real quick point is that I'm saying you can't verify things empirically, whether you're talking about like basic Cartesian reasoning or Hume's reasoning or Kant's reasoning or any of this. You can't verify things empirically to any level of certainty. You can only verify things through categories. Please, go ahead.
And see, first off, that's the reason he's fucking bullshitting like this. He's still lying. He's still lying to try to get you to believe lying is truth. Because first off, if he can ignore the fact that historical social structures have been built on religion, and that the primary religion that's been building like the social structures, at least in the US, has been Christianity, he can ignore that nice little inconvenient tidbit in Revelations where the truth will be considered a lie. So let me be very, very fucking specific. This is bullshit. He's lying, and he's doing it by using cladistic fallacy, trying to say that because he can reclassify certain untruths as true under a paradigm which you must accept in order to believe it, by creating this essential religion around the idea of truth, where he can ad hoc say that this is the way it is, he can therefore manipulate your understanding of truth to ignore fact, to ignore reality, to ignore what's in front of you, to ignore what's been proven. And in doing so, he's created his own religion. He's trying to do this his own way. This is how cults get formed. It's stupid bullshit. And let me be honest and completely specific. I'm a solipsist. I can't prove I'm not like yelling into my own brain right now. I can't prove the thing in front of me is real. Phantom limb syndrome is real, where you feel an arm that isn't there, or a leg that isn't there, or a kidney that isn't there. You know, hallucinations are real, where you can trip on acid and think your dog is everywhere. So, like, let me be extremely specific. He can't prove his version of reality either. So if we're going to bare bones, brass tacks, he fucking loses by default by claiming truth is even possible. If we're going to say truth is possible, we have to say that there is something to prove. We have to say that there are classifications and rationalizations for everything that is true, because he can't even prove he has a gut, much less that it's telling him the truth.
And real quick, there is a difference between whether truth is possible and whether knowledge of that truth is possible. There can be a truth that we don't know.
Right.
Boolean values.
But that's the whole point of the shared
I'm sorry,
society. The truth amongst a shared point of a shared society. There's a truth among the shared society. Like, that's why I said you have a shared ritual, shared religion. There's the truth that's true amongst most people, and then there's a truth that's true amongst smaller groups, or it's true to you, or whatever. I mean, that's
why
sort
should
of
I share his truth?
The grand
Yeah, so
principle.
those are all lowercase truths. We're not talking about capital T truth.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I
Lowercase
think he
truth
was just
sounds
making
more like
a comparison
consensus.
in his thread. I just,
well, why should I accept his
I was
truth?
just saying, I didn't say, nobody's saying you have to. I was just pointing out that his thread was just making a comparison so that people could identify with the concept he was trying to portray. Otherwise, how can you get people to identify with your common concept if you're unable to put it in words that people can, you know?
Rationally.
Have you met normies? Like, there's no rational. They understand cute furry animals that inherently trust. They understand that.
Wait, by the way, speaking of cute furry animals,
Right.
hold the fuck on. Speaking of cute furry animals, on October 8th, we're going to have a stream with furries. So I got several furries that are going to be joining us. I implore everybody to join
did
us.
Jeremiah hook you up?
No, it's actually a friend of mine who I know from the animation community. He wrote a book
knows
about
some of the
furries.
worst.
Animation community.
Yes.
Wait, is it that guy that was on VR chat?
No, it's not him. It's Joe Strike, and I'm gonna link. He's actually more of a lizard man. Like, he dresses in a big lizard costume.
Oh, he's a scaly.
He's a scaly. Yes, I'm gonna post it in the chat. But anyway, let me go.
Scaly, that's a thing.
Yes, let me go back, and I'm gonna post all these images later, including his book. But anyway, over here, let me read Zero HP's responses.
Hey, are there any feather types? Like, can I be a feathery?
Avian.
Yeah, I think so.
Avian.
Yeah.
Thank you. Dude,
You're welcome.
Okay, go listen to the podcast episode I did with Jeremiah. We talk about furries and shit. It's pretty
Nice.
legit. He knows what the fuck is up.
And what is your podcast?
Oh, it's called A Boy Named Sue. PSEU. Don't ask Jake how to spell that.
After you
Jeremiah knows the darkest corners of the internet, and I love it.
He really
Please
does.
tell me y'all play the song as your intro. I love that song.
That is a hilarious, fantastic.
That's a
One of
good
my
way to get a
top 10,
YouTube
man.
strike.
I mean, you can play 8 seconds.
I
you
know.
know.
George or Henry something. Anything but two.
Anything but two.
Okay, time to get possessed by the spirit of Zero HP. Here we go. Okay, so he goes on to say, Jeremiah exists in a tiny reality tunnel. He is Keegan 3. He is Keegan 3. I don't know what that is, so you guys are going to have to explain it. You don't have to accept anything, Jeremiah. The only way to settle moral misunderstandings is with a sword. You have never been honest,
This is true.
Jeremiah. You have never been honest, Jeremiah. You aren't even honest with yourself. Have you ever heard of the outside view? No, Jeremiah. The sword and the stomach. These are the only truths. Sorry, the only truths with a capital T. Let's keep
Prove
our
it.
terminology straight.
How do you know that?
This is what I was getting to earlier, where words can only go so far. Words are a vehicle towards the sword, and I feel like beyond that, it's only trivial
You're
philosophy.
using
stomach.
Hindu symbology, and Hinduism is a fundamentally pacifist ideal.
So Zero
Genuinely,
HP
I
says
don't know about Hinduism
I
as
don't
a
think it's
whole.
entirely pacifist.
Zero HP says BRB. I'm a sous vide filet mignon. Looks like
I
everybody's
thought
getting
that
into.
I thought you could like fight people if you in Hinduism if you were in like the right caste.
Yeah. I mean,
There's
Hinduism
something
is-
there, but like a decent chunk of it is designed to get harmony, nirvana,
Yeah.
peace, stability.
There are definitely
You could
aspects
find
I don't
enlightenment
think
and peace through violence, definitely.
But isn't like if that's
What do you
your
mean
if
you
that's
can
your
find
caste
peace
or
through
whatever?
violence? Hold on, what?
I thought it was like if that's your caste, then like if you're a warrior, you have to be the best fucking warrior ever in order to move up. And that's how you.
I don't think you can move the castes. Isn't it staying the same?
No, you can.
when
No,
you die,
move caste through the
you move
samsara.
up.
You go up the
Through
caste
samsara, yeah.
Wait. Imudo, you're kind of an expert on this since you're part of Cali.
Yeah, he
I
probably
wouldn't
knows
say
that.
expert. I wouldn't say expert.
Yeah, well, you're adjacent to Sunny, and Sunny knows a lot about all this stuff.
So you have your path set out before you, your dharma, and if you follow it, you attain what you're looking for, right? So when I say you can find peace and enlightenment or nirvana through violence, if that is the path that's set out before you, if that's what the gods or God with a big G wants you to do, you're going to be rewarded for it.
Well, whoever's behind you definitely sounds super peaceful.
They
let me.
Nirvana?
It's like in Star Trek Deep Space Nine, the Bajorans believe in their Dajaras, and then they move beyond that.
And of course they and through that it's important that they had the classes that they went through before the war, because that provided the meaning for the rest, and that's what provided the social structure on Patreon.
Yeah,
Here's my problem with Zero HP's bullshit. He's saying that I live in a reality tunnel while constructing a tunnel in this reality, trying to get people to see things only through the narrow scope of his particular beliefs, which are that the gut comes first. The gut does not come first. In fact, factually, if you want to get real here, your brain comes before your gut, you stupid piece of shit.
Does it? I assumed it came last.
Your brain is the powerhouse. Your whole fucking body, you alien.
Your heart is a vortex. Like your heart is a vortex. Like if you don't have the vortex of your heart, you can't have a brain. Everything emanates from your heart.
Sort of brain gut connection that they.
Yeah, but your brain tells your heart to pump fucking blood throughout your body.
Your heart.
Your brain doesn't tell your heart to do anything.
Yes, it does.
Your heart.
Your brain is a reactionary device. Your heart is the one that is. If your heart is the one driving,
I like
the
this.
vortex that's in your heart.
There's no difference between the heart and the mind. We're getting deep, guys.
No, I am with Sophia here, and here's why. Tell me, are you able to extract this is where thought originates from? You only see the synapses, you only see the connections, but as far as how exactly the process works of being conscious of thinking, scientists have yet to come up with that. I lean on... Okay, tell me, refute it then.
First off, I hate this, and I'm going to say I hate this to begin with because I don't like how they're finding it out. But Elon Musk's Neuralink is proof positive that you can read somebody's thoughts, that you can see where they originate from, because he's putting little electrode threads into people's brains and reading their thoughts. This is fact. This is absolute fucking fact.
Yeah, but their theories don't take account for what I just said about the heart being a vortex. Your heart is a pump. It brings in energy from the universe. The energy in and the energy out is all emanating.
Your mouth brings in that energy. Without your mouth, your heart doesn't function.
No, that's not okay. This is maybe a little too esoteric, so I can't. It's not your brain. Like
we're dealing
you
with
can cut
different
your brain
viewpoints
out.
here.
With people who there's been studies or research has been done. People have meningitis and their brain parts of it just falls out. But as long as your heart is intact, you can still. And your heart is not a pump; it's a vortex, which is why it doesn't actually have to pump.
The MK Ultra experiments included experiments of taking parts of people's brains out, and they found out that it's significantly altered their personality because that's where their personality is stored. In addition to that, They burnt them out with electrodes that they attached to the top of their skulls. They burnt them out, and these people were fundamentally and functionally damaged for the rest of their life. The idea that you can live without, yes, of course I've seen the Minds of Men. I advocate that.
I've seen that too. So we
if you
have
get
the
obviously
same
if you get rid of the
reference
brain, if you get rid of the brain, then the person would cease to be able to communicate to you. The ultimate question though is, what is the origin of that communication? I am not of a belief that we're inside some dead machine and that everything just comes from this brain. I believe the brain is more of a receiver, and yes,
What
you're able to
basis
see.
do you have for that?
My own meditation processes that I go through, where I am able to see.
I am not
things.
in your head, and I need to see proof. This is why
There's
rationalism.
lots of proof. If you look up the research that's been done around the actual shape of the heart, which is called the tetrahedron. There's lots of research studies that have been done on this. It's called the tetrahedron. That's the physical geometry of the heart. You can look it up. I'll put it in the chat too, so you can see. But there is research about this. Doctors have done.
I was banned from Discord for exposing pedophiles. You'll have to send it to me on Twitter.
Have you?
Okay, I'll send it to you on Twitter. I have links.
I'm sorry. I think I'm just getting a grasp for where I jumped back in.
Hey.
But
Welcome back, Scott.
Thanks.
I don't know what you just walked into, Scott.
Yeah, well, I thought I walked out of etymology and I jumped into some kind of weird anatomy epistemology situation.
It's probably my fault, to be honest.
Isn't it always? Have any of you, I'm sure, as far as deep as you guys are into this, have you guys touched on like the split brain studies where they've severed the corpus callosum and they find that people actually behave as though they have two minds? The unfortunate thing is the speech. Now, there's another. This blew my mind just recently. I was learning. So if you cut the corpus callosum and people start to behave as though they're left. You could blind somebody in one eye and ask them a question, and the other side of the brain won't know the answer. They'll have two hands grabbing two different shirts to wear for the day. They'll literally be of two minds. And the corpus callosum communicates the information between each other. And what they find is actually that your speech center tends to be in the left brain, I believe. So if you ever, there's some cases of people with extreme seizures and whatnot, where they've had to remove a whole hemisphere of the brain, whole half of the brain. And people you can learn to speak with your right brain, but it takes years. It's back to ground zero.
Right.
But if you have a split brain person, both sides have language, but they're unable to communicate. The one side of the brain is unable to communicate and literally has two separate minds in one body. So that kind of brings us, all I'm really suggesting is that there is definitely something in the mind that is happening, and that's where all this occurs. And I'll leave it there. I think I lost my thread. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, you're absolutely correct. You're 100% correct, because the brain is the powerhouse of the entire body. It's the nucleus of our cell. If you take the brain out, you have nothing else. The person is a lack of a person.
If you take the heart out, you have nothing else either.
No, you can take the heart out and put in a mechanical heart.
Look at Dick Cheney.
Look
at what happened to Dick Cheney when they put in a fake heart.
You can have a non-beating heart put on a machine, and this person can still be the person they were. This is ascientific and irrational.
Not consciousness, not necessarily consciousness.
Yes,
Perhaps
necessarily consciously.
mentally.
You're saying that a person who has a damaged heart is less conscious than you? I think that's
not
fucked
less
up.
conscious. That's not what I mean. What I mean is your humanity, your emotional consciousness.
My humanity is because I'm a Homo sapien, not because I have a functioning heart.
Well,
People
also
with
to
unfunctioning hearts
Jeremiah's
do not come
to Jeremiah's point. There could be other things, and again, like Jeremiah, please excuse my naivete when it comes to not seeing this universe as a dead machine. But I believe that there is something, even if you replace the heart, there is going to be something behind that. Like, I guess you could call it an astral heart that's still going to be in place of that. But anyway, that is a whole other subject. The one thing that I wanted to touch on with what Scott was talking about is that, yes, those people are going to have split brains, and even more so, there was Julian Jaynes who wrote a book about the bicameral mind during the Bronze Age, who talked about how ancient people, they perceived it to be the voice of the gods that spoke to them through the right hemisphere, which was disconnected to the left hemisphere. My question, though, is when it comes to imagination, dreams, forming ideas, what you're talking about, Scott, and what you're talking about, Jeremiah, is the output. Sure, if you severely clear the output, you're not going to have the right output anymore. But what exactly is the input for that output? How much of it is just things that we
DMT.
see? Chemicals, it's all a dead machine. I understand. Okay, anyway.
I'm not dead. You're trying to bias it with logical fallacies, trying to make it seem like I'm advocating death.
You're putting a limit on what is possible in existence, and I don't go for that personally, but you're welcome to believe that. I have no problem there. Let's go to
If you're not a solipsist, I don't want to hear that.
Let's go to Zero HP's comments. Here we go. Epistemology is a branch of anatomy, I assure you. Scott is right. Scott is right. Ben Carson created a bunch of split personalities trapped in their heads with no outlet. Imagine being the wrong half of the brain. You would start to hallucinate and go mad. Someone earlier asked me to write a story in chat. This is actually a great premise. Suppose the isolated half develops psychic powers. A man suffers from seizures. He exhausts the lower impact interventions such as ketosis and electrotherapy. Ultimately, his doctors recommend a severing of the corpus callosum. He goes under anesthesia, and when he wakes up, a curious thing has happened. He can see, but he cannot direct his eyes. He can hear, but he cannot speak. It's as if another man is driving his body. So that is where it ends right now. We shall see where the rest of this interesting story goes. But for those who don't know Zero H.P. Lovecraft, he writes a lot of interesting stories. Highly recommend God-Shaped Hole. And before we get to the rest of the stuff that he's going to write, I want to touch on something that Gio, why are you not here in this wonderful Zoom call? I hope you're going to come in soon. But Gio, you wrote over here in the top, Lev, ask him how he is going to recon some post-modernity when the rationalist worldview has failed. That's for you, Jeremiah.
Well, first off, every worldview has failed. Every worldview has completely collapsed in on itself because the adherents to it have morphed it and abused it and perverted it, ultimately bastardizing it into one thing or another. The fact of the matter is, no idea is still pure. We need to isolate the purity for ourselves. We need to find our own vision. And if you can't use your own rational thinking brain, it's not rationalism that's failed, it's you. That's it. That's all I need. He needs to use his rational thinking brain. Rationalism isn't people. Rationalism isn't some amorphous thing. It's an action. If you're not rational, if you don't choose to be rational, it's your failing, not society. Don't blame externalities for your shortcomings.
Then he goes on to say, except for yours, Jeremiah. Except for yours.
Except for mine what?
Let's see. Well, whatever it is that you were saying, I have this chicken over here, and it's taking a lot of my attention away from the discussion. But I think it was about rationalism. I don't know. I give up.
I'm a solipsist. I could be wrong about fucking everything. I'm a solipsist. If you ask me to prove 100% that I am talking into a camera right now, I will say I can't prove anything but my consciousness exists. That's what I'll tell you. My rationalism completely envelops itself in the idea that I could be full of fucking shit. So to tell me that accept mine when I think I could be wrong about everything.
This is what he says it about. All worldviews have failed except for yours. So that's what the comment was about. I didn't get that.
My worldview has not had success to begin with. You can't fail until you succeed and stop doing it. Failure is a matter of falling down once you've stood. I need to get my ideas to have at least some measure of success.
Wait a second,
say that I
Jeremiah.
failed.
Does that mean that the Libertarian Party hasn't failed?
Of course, it's failed because
it's never succeeded though.
No, it has succeeded. It's had a lot of success in a lot of elections, which was its point.
In a lot of elections, really? Like what percent of elections?
Was to win elections.
And
that's its point.
It has won in a statistically insignificant amount. It's never succeeded.
Statistically insignificant according to you. It's
a rounding error.
The fact that it's won the fact that it's won any at all is evidence that it's had success. It hasn't been a complete failure,
But the true failure of the Libertarian Party is the failure of the Libertarian Party to be libertarian.
Okay, so we have more comments from Zero HP. Jeremiah? Here we go. Okay, so no one can prove anything. That's why you trust the stomach. This is just edgy nonsense. Okay, this is just edgy nonsense. You will never concoct a unified theory of everything. Okay, so I want Gio Peniciati to get in here pronto. I miss you, Gio. Please come in here for the discussion. But we have
get the easel out.
Can I ask a question to Jeremiah real quick?
Sure, go for it. And then I'm going to go to Hero Alchemy, who's just joining us.
Howdy.
You're very, very focused on, being a rational man, which is, of course, a good thing, right? There are things in this world that require reason, rationality, cause and effect, right? But do you believe that on top of being a rational man, someone could be incredibly intuitive and use those to direct his actions in a good and proper way as well?
First off, in order to establish what I believe, I need to be very direct and extremely specific in saying that the intuition that you experience as a result of the neural nets you build, which means effectively the person with the most rational intuition will be the person who practices rationality the most. And if that's the case, if they practice rationality enough to build those good neural nets, to make that their instinct, sort of like fighting, you train better instinct. Sort of like sex, you can train better fucking. Sort of like driving, where you drive with little twitches because you know exactly how much twitching you need to do to steer the steering wheel. Like instincts, good instincts can be programmed, but you have to intentionally program them. You have to set that intention and make it happen yourself. Nobody else is going to do it for you. And if you do that, if you set good intentions, if you make sure that your ideas are sound, if you make sure that you are coming at things from a rational view, then eventually your instincts will become more rational. And at that point, intuition is 100% acceptable. For instance, the 16 personalities test, I always say people should take that, 16personalities.com, because it's much more interesting to me than in any of these political compasses. It's much more interesting to me than the, whatever number values thing you want to blah, blah. It's much more interesting to me than all of these other things because it gets at the foundation of why you behave the way you do and whether or not you might want to change that. And
I will defend the political compass when I get a minute. Go ahead.
And ultimately, my particular thing is ENTJ, and N stands for intuition. NT is the technician. The technician type, and like both myself and my girlfriend are very willing to be like ENTJs with that, because the intuition part is hugely important. You just need to program your intuition. You need to set that intention. And if you don't, and you're lazy about it, and you make bad decisions and functional and factual errors because you decided, hey, I'm not going to be rational in my day-to-day actions, I'm going to say rationalism is bad, then your instincts are going to lead you to some stupid fucking shit. So ultimately, yes, be instinctual, but only once you're sure that your instincts are sound. And that's why you can find a lot of people who think they've got great instincts, but are wrong a lot. That's why you can get people who think you should listen to your instincts, but who are wrong a lot. That's why in this particular case, you have somebody who's saying to trust your gut first, who's wrong in this particular assessment. We're talking about people building good habits, and these people haven't wanted to. That's the reason they oppose rationality, because rationality is hard fucking work. It's what Jordan Peterson would call sharpening your teeth and then not using them until you have to. It's doing what you need to do in order to be the strongest person. It's meritocracy. There's nothing default about it.
Do you see, though, when it comes to, let's say, something like Reddit, why some people, let's say, who are on the stream and have been on the stream before, see a cringy element of worshiping at the altar of rationality that they see from these Reddit types, where it does become a certain meme? So do you see where that stigma would come from when it comes to that?
These people who you're talking about are bad messengers for their ideas. It doesn't mean the ideas themselves are bad. That's like saying since the Westboro Baptist Church exists, Childerberg is a fucking asshole. because Childerberg believes in a strong version. It believes in a strong version of Christianity, but just not that version. Oh, some Christians are pieces of shit. That means fucking Jake is a piece of shit too because he's a Christian. No, that's not true. Jake is a fine person, and I've talked to him many times. Yes, he's a Quaker. Jake is a fine person, and I've spoken to him many times, and he's spoken to many people in a very positive way because he's not like those other people. So the idea that because there's a certain class of rationalists who is cringy or terrible does not mean that rationalism is indicted. It means that they're fucking shit.
But why do you tie into the Lobeltarian idea? That just because there's some Lobeltarians, right?
Yeah. Explain to me that Lobeltarian thing. I had not heard that.
That's
another of these things that people are saying.
I think actually this
like
is a good time.
Asian girlfriends and Lobeltarians. I don't know.
This is a good time to introduce Hero
like the
Alchemy.
caricature.
I think this is a good time to introduce Hero Alchemy because Hero, you were once a libertarian in your school, but then you decided not to be one anymore. Can you talk a little bit about that and address this Lobeltarian thing that was just brought up right now?
Oh man, this is hey guys. This is let's say one of my favorite topics. It's both my favorite and my most hated one because to be honest, I really like you guys. Jake's a homie, Jeremiah's awesome, Theodore, you guys are all great. I like you guys personally, but I detest your ideology. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's true. I used to be a libertarian. I ran the biggest Young Americans for Liberty chapter in the Bay Area for 3 years. And it made me really, really hate libertarianism.
Are you anti-libertarianism, Libertarian Party, Libertarian people? Out of those three, so ism,
the
party,
philosophy.
people.
I love the people. I hate the philosophy.
You hate the philosophy of anti-authoritarianism. Please go on.
Yes.
Well, do you hate the premises or do you hate the?
See, Hero's echoing what I said at the beginning of the show, where I was like, if running a libertarian group is one of the best ways for you to really hate libertarianism.
It's very true.
Lolbertarians, though. So now, Hero, this is where this is the Lolbertarian discussion.
Sure. So Lolbertarianism kind of comes in. You gotta realize it's not a Lolbertarianism is not a, the word is not a like a proper argument against anything. It's just a name we like to give you guys because in a lot of cases, maybe not you personally, especially Jake, because Jake is a good, proper man of faith. I appreciate that. A lot of you guys, the not you personally, but your ideology can lead to the, yes, your people. Your ideology can lead to people defending some pretty heinous and disgusting things that we have that degrade society.
And those are the Lolbertarians.
I want to jump in on that real quick. It's libertarianism, if anything, is about self-ownership and self-responsibility and liberating the individual. And that's their own fucking fault.
That enables that to a degree, though, I would say.
Yeah, so I don't think you're necessarily wrong that a sort of a libertarian society allows for a libertine society.
Gio!
Hey, Gio.
Sorry, please continue.
You do have a good point there. The question isn't so much, in my mind, the question isn't so much, will this happen? It's like, what can we do about it? And I don't think it's moral to intervene to stop immoral actions. It's moral to intervene to stop illegal actions in legal sense being, natural rights.
So this is where I would disagree.
Good.
With
we'll
that.
make what is immoral.
Just one more thing.
Perfect.
My question is, where do you get the moral authority or the moral imperative to stop immoral actions?
From God.
From God. There you go.
Here's one from God, and also out of a desire to not see your country fall apart.
Here's the question: have you read Tolstoy?
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Read Tolstoy because the kingdom of God is within you disproves your entire fucking thesis from a Christian perspective.
Well, actually, it was heretical
Okay,
Christianity, but he had a very weird view of Christianity, put it that way.
But he was right. Prove him wrong. Don't say it's weird, so it's wrong.
Okay,
it's heretical.
Hero,
I'm a huge fan of Tolstoy. I think whether you agree with him or not, his writing, his prose are beautiful. I wish I could learn Russian. I've been working on it because my wife is Ukrainian, speaks Russian and Ukrainian. But
read The
I'd
Kingdom of
love
God is Within You.
Yeah, it's a great book.
Yeah,
Both
yeah,
that and what I believe is very good. They're very good books.
People who haven't read Tolstoy but talk about how libertarians are bad because Christ are bad Christians.
Well, it's not the libertarians were bad. I
bad,
said
it's
libertarian
they're misguided.
ideology was bad.
Libertarians
I can
spring forth
understand
from
the
libertarian ideology.
Yeah.
Christians
Well,
spring
we
forth
were
from
talking about
Christian
before we
ideology.
were,
Correct.
Before we were
Christian
talking about
ideology is
the
good.
Then you shouldn't be a statist.
Wrong. Incorrect.
we're getting nowhere with
Read
this.
Tolstoy.
Before we were talking about what Zero HP Lovecraft brought up about the intuition aspect of being. I think here's the thing. The problem is that the conversation is entirely too literal in terms of divulging into brain chemistry and neural linkages and so forth.
By the conversation, you mean me.
Well, no, I mean, just in general, I think that what we mean by mind or what we mean by gut, we're dealing with more intangible concepts. We're dealing with things like thumos and logos. And
if it's not tangible, you can't feel it.
Yeah, but that's an empiricist claim. And then there's a lot of
no, it's what
flaws
tangible
with that
means.
thinking.
You can't feel air. Air is
also-
not tangible. You can feel
Yes, it
air
is.
though.
Yeah, it is.
It's also
Air is tangible.
materialistic.
You can't
That's the
see
whole
it.
point, the materialism of it.
You
I think
can
we're getting
observe air
waves
in
here.
many forms. Yes, that's why fog exists.
Fog is
Guessing-
water.
disregarding
Let's not get into that.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I'm gonna say,
This is
okay,
my
you're
point
right.
exactly.
In fact,
Also, hi,
what I can
Sophia.
say
It's good
is
to
that
see you.
fucking stupid goddamn California and its gender reveal party.
Hey.
That particular state, and also Oregon, they had a bunch of fires.
Whoa!
They had a bunch of fires that built a wall of smoke off the Pacific Ocean, and that wall of smoke invaded my Eastern Washington habitat. So I can say that I've been seeing air for a long time now.
But let me address this one point that that Zero HP Lovecraft brought up.
Oh wait, before you address it, Zero HP has
yes.
to go now, so I'm just gonna read the rest of the stuff that he wrote about before here. Okay, so first he wrote, I request that if Jeremiah is not an AI researcher or machine learning expert, he stop using the term neural net. And then he wrote about the book.
I'm not gonna stop doing shit.
Then he wrote about the book that I guess he's writing now from being inspired by our wonderful talk here. So sometimes the main character pretends he is an anime character driving a mech pilot. Sometimes he shouts into the void at his body at his severed half of himself. Sometimes he plays a game where he pretends that he is king, giving orders to a kingdom which can only imperfectly implement his will. Then he says, Myers-Briggs has no basis in empiricism either, Jeremiah.
It's the most accurate personality test. It is the most accurate.
It's the most accurate, but that doesn't say much.
Here's the reason. Here's the reason I bring up 16personalities.com, because they go off the Myers-Briggs framework, but they also use the big five personality traits as the basis for many of their questions to reach a more middle ground approach. I emailed them about this too. And they said that this was what they do. It's not just Myers-Briggs. It's Myers-Briggs through the lens of the big five, and it's very accurate. The reason I recommend it to people is because through both myself and many people I know taking it, they found it to be 100% accurate, and they found the conclusions to be helpful to their lives. In science, you do testing, and in this particular test pool, I've found barely anyone who has bad results, and a huge pool of people who say that not only were the results good, but they helped them make better choices with their life. That's scientific proof that this thing at least has some merit. Now, you can say whether or not it's empirically proven, but empiricism in terms of personality would need to engage the neural net itself, which I will not stop talking about, and the neural structure itself, which I will not stop talking about the neural net, because a neural net is a way to interface with the neural structure. And if you use for instance, the neural mesh that Elon Musk is working on, his researchers are. you can definitely directly interface with the brain and find out somebody's personality eventually once they figure out how to map it, because they're still basically
horrifying.
working.
That's terrible.
It
right
is.
there.
It's absolutely. And see, that's the thing. That's the reason I started my comment on it with, and I hate this, because I hate it, and I've
Yeah.
regularly railed against it on Twitter. So you can find me on there at Insanity is Free. But like essentially, when we discuss this sort of thing, you can prove somebody's personality. You can do that. They just haven't done it yet. It's definitely scientifically possible. They found out how to find the emotional centers. They found out how to manipulate somebody's emotions. They found out how to manipulate somebody's speech. They found out how to totally reprogram, which is why I'm glad that both Sophia and I have watched The Minds of Men. If any of you have 4 hours to spare in your day, you should watch that. It's a true stream media documentary on the fact that they basically
See,
figured
I
out
think
they're getting the science from demons.
figure out
what
how
I
to
was
pilot,
going to say.
figured out how to pilot people based on their brain, which is why I think that everything comes from the brain, because that's where the piloting happens. It's not from the heart. They don't attach electrodes to the heart to make you move.
No,
They
but how
attach
do you
them
know
to the
that's
brain.
where the piloting happens? That's where the effects happen
This
of
is the
whatever
point.
it is
This is
that's
the
piloting.
point.
Because
It's
that's how
so
you tell that things
dishonest.
are true.
You're
No,
seeing
because
the
I
footprint.
think
and you get
that's-
effects.
But that's what I think
Here's-
that Lev is talking about, is that
Yeah.
in that case, they're applying an external stimuli to your brain. What
Wire
Lev said,
heading.
how are all of the, what he, I think, and Lev, you can correct me if I'm wrong, how is that a disproval that maybe you right now are being controlled by some sort of external stimuli? That is
It's not. I didn't say I'm a solipsist. I could be a brain in a fucking jar. I could be a bit of code in a massive server somewhere.
Then
This
what's the
could be
point of
sim.
arguing it? Then what's the point of arguing
The
it?
point
if
of
it's-
arguing it is within the rules of this sim, this is what's been proven to be true. That's what I think. Like, I've like looked into a lot of research. I've looked into things like this. I've spent many days specifically researching what controls the body and how people are trying to manipulate that for statist ends. And so personally, I have looked into the rules of this sim, and I am relaying the rules of this sim to you. The purpose of arguing it is to get us some fucking liberty. That's the purpose of arguing it.
I think the problem is
to resist the shackles. To resist the
Let's go to
shackles.
Gio.
To resist the shackles of the state.
Let's go to Gio. Let's go to Gio. Gio, what do you have to say?
Dishonest. Sorry, I'm doing a trumpet. Sorry. The problem, I think, 47 years you've done nothing, Joe. I think the problem is rather, and again, this I guess would go to libertarianism in general. The problem I think I'm seeing is the ontological structuring of power itself as emanating from a singular source of statism. Now, whether you want to say statism is an idea of power, power is much more, again, I'm a Foucauldian, so power is much more diffuse. It's much more intangible. And here's the thing, Jeremiah, I think you and Zero HP Lovecraft, you share a few similar sort of ways of thinking. I think you don't realize. I think you have to read his current short story. It's called Key Performance Indicators, where he has a story about this guy that exists in this future kind of utopia, dystopia, but it's different than the usual sort of dystopia where it's 1984 or Brave New World. It's similar to Brave New World. It's more of how people's rational choices to quote unquote better themselves influences the shape and character of power itself. So for example, he uses Neuralink to detect when there's a sufficient amount of vitamins in your system and there's a sufficient amount of thoughts that are straying from his job and things of that nature, meaning that it's not a matter of an apparatus that is centralized oppressing people. It's more so our own rational choice will lead to an outcome that will be very alien and inhuman and cruel, because now you're placing upon yourself all of these econometrics of productivity, and you're choosing that by definition. So for example, he wants to virtue signal in the story, so he chooses not to taste everything, because in the future food is slop, but you can make it taste like anything you want through Neuralink. So you're eating this Nutriloaf like they have in prison in the shoe, but it tastes like filet mignon. So he's like, I'm choosing consciously to make it taste like nothing because people around the world don't have the food Neuralink. And so it's like, it's so terrible until everyone gets this. So I'm going to virtue signal and broadcast to social media that I ate a totally like bland, tasteless meal today. So meaning that when you combine all of these forces of rational choice, social media, econometrics, and also future technology, you're going to end up with a form of power that's fundamentally different than what a lot of libertarians talk about. And it's already happening now with things like woke capitalism and so forth. So I think that's basic.
Fantastic.
My basic gripe with libertarianism.
This is the classic case of somebody who has not read libertarian thinkers coming to a conclusion about libertarianism, because first off, you ignore Tolstoy, who like massively agrees that there are more than one power source that powers the evil in the world, and he precisely considers one of the primary power sources to be the Dark One himself. Ultimately, you ignore the vast array of libertarian thinkers who think that not only the state, but the church, but cults of personality, but many of these things are all centers of power, and that the problem isn't that there's one central source, which is a massively reductivist, unlibertarian way of thinking, but that
so you want total, you want individualist anarchy.
So that there are so many centralized sources that there can't be individualism.
Okay, here, let the tism flow. Let the tism.
Oh yeah, you're the one who got loud. You're the one who interrupted me. You wanted to go there.
Take
Have you ever
pity on the
gotten pussy
viewers and their
before, Jeremiah?
headphones.
It seems that the most pervasive ones are almost outside of the control of the current like post-Westphalian state apparatus. It seems that we're dealing with transnational forces that have an ability to inflict actual real damage upon our lives.
We fucking are, and if you don't think so, you've never lived in a country get drone striked. Really?
Have you ever gotten pussy before, Jeremiah?
Oh my god!
You know what? Go fuck yourself.
Okay,
We're
let's not
talking
go
about
there. But I'm
policy,
just
not personal shit. If you want to talk personal shit, why the
well,
fuck
I don't
have
know,
you been
but I mean,
mostly
the
silent,
PMCs are doing
Vincente?
just as much drone
Vincente,
striking as
void
the
of
US government
information.
nowadays.
Vincente,
I don't
void
know.
of personality.
Vincent,
Because
how
I've been
come
making memes.
does your hair not bother you?
All right, guys. Let's
Let me.
What on earth did I just
Let's all
come back
come
into?
together,
What is
let's
going
sing
on?
Kumbaya, let's have some fun.
Yeah.
All
No,
right.
we're all
What's
good.
happening?
We're all
Lev.
good in the okay. We're all good in the hood here. Jeremiah, I really appreciate you being here and everything like that. Let's focus on the content, not on Jeremiah's hair or your relationship.
I'm just saying.
I like his hair.
Cool.
Just to put that out there, I do like his hair.
I used to have long
Jeremiah
hair
has
too.
a fucking baller beard.
Can I go after Can I go over after Jeremiah on the political compass discussion, because I find it very significant and influential in my thinking.
I do want to make a comment though.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So to what you were saying, you brought up that the church, being a power. You've listed these different sources of what you would say as sorry.
And I didn't even list them all. There are many.
No, definitely. But you mentioned the church as a center of power. My point to this.
Wait,
would
Vincent
be,
is Asian? I can't believe this.
Korean.
Holy shit.
Rooftop Korean.
My point on this would be
he looks
that,
like the guitarist for A Perfect
Right.
Circle.
Let's
Sorry,
have the
sorry.
conversation not be about the conversation.
Thanks, Gia.
Jeremiah, I don't remember.
James
I don't.
Ina. You look like James Ina.
Okay,
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Hey, can we let
if this
Hero
is-
make his point? I'm really interested.
I don't remember if this is in Anna Karenina or if it's in War and Peace, so please forgive me. But there was a segment where somebody got really, really mad, and some other person said, like, once this person got mad, then they lost the argument. So I think that we can
Which
go
is
above.
bullshit.
I think we can go above getting so salty
won
when it
the
comes
argument.
to a lot of these things. No, I don't know. I don't know about
That's
that.
the reason they're
Oh,
ceding.
God.
That's the reason they're ceding it to fallacy. If I hadn't won the argument, they wouldn't be using fallacy. They'd be using logic.
But instead of focusing on
I
winning or
want-
losing the argument, why don't we facilitate the argument continuing?
I'd rather.
Let's
Okay,
go for
I
it.
want to argue with Jeremiah
Okay,
about
then
the.
let's do it and let's
Hero,
Hey, let Hero
what were
talk.
you
I'm
saying?
sorry for interrupting, but Vincent does look like James Ina from A Perfect Circle. So I'm
Oh
sorry.
Jesus. Okay. So what I'm trying to get as you listed the church as a source of power, and you traditionally you would have been correct in this. I think the what I think is going on, you mentioned this crazy technology, you mentioned these, this thing that seems like an affront to human decency, right?
Many things actually, but Neuralink is definitely one of them.
Sure. My point to this would be, I would argue that the church as an institution is one of the things that is uniquely qualified to help people get in touch with their morality. And in doing that, in removing the power of the church, or maybe not power like a theocracy, but in removing the church in its force in terms of influencing people that run the country, I think that you're removing the ability for that kind of morality to safeguard against this kind of, like I said, affront to decency.
I see. Here's my response, and I'm gonna say it again. Read Tolstoy. I really hope you do. I'm going to send you, because you follow me on Twitter. People can follow me on Twitter if they want a worse day. You should read The Kingdom of God is Within You, because the problem with the church is that it does not serve God or morality. It serves the state.
So in that case, what would your solution? Okay. Well,
following. If you want to follow God, not the church. That's my solution. Be a Christian. Be a Christian, and not a churchian.
Okay, Hero.
Yeah. Okay, so in that case, I'm not saying I necessarily agree with that, but let's take your point in that.
Okay.
If that's the case, then what would be your solution to safeguarding against this kind of technology? How do you encourage people? What strategy, what kind of institution would you put into play? What would you do to help safeguard against this kind of threat?
Well, first off, you can't. If people want to stick threads in their skull, they will do it. If they want these threads to control their brain, they will do it. If they think that benefits them. You don't institutionally control what people do. You can't institutionally control whether or not they're a prostitute. You can't institutionally control whether they're a hedonist or a sodomist. You can't institutionally control.
So not
what
control. How would you encourage
we have for
this?
thousands of years. I mean,
no, you haven't. It still happened. You just stopped it when it got bad enough that the thing was visible. That's what you did.
Better than it being everywhere,
I know,
right?
But the problem with that is kind of a reductionist argument, because you're saying that, well, because people still murder, then it's like, well, what's the point of having a law against murder? It's
I didn't say. Fuck you.
I think this is where
fight the murderers directly.
I think this is kind of where Hoppe comes in with like the covenant community type thing, where you're people are naturally going to gravitate toward people who live in a way that they're comfortable. This is what I was talking about earlier when I said, I don't really give a shit if the law is that prostitution is legal. I don't want to live near it. And so my
physical removal.
I would say we physically removed ourselves into a place that prevents it. I mean, and we see this even in like Williamsburg and stuff like that in New York. You see Hasidic Jews, they live together, they have their own rules. Recently we saw this with COVID, where like the city came down and shut down their parks and stuff, and they just went, we'll just cut the chains off, like we don't care. This is, I think, the correct way to live. But if you went there and decided to buy a house or something like that, well, I don't know how New York's organized. Lev, you could talk about that more, but decided to buy a room in a building, and it was full of a bunch of hardcore Orthodox Jews, and they were like, well, we only let circumcised people in here. Then like, get circumcised. That's their place. Like,
shocker.
Or go somewhere else.
Well, something that's been a challenge to that was ever since civil rights law in the 60s. There was a very interesting book by Christopher Caldwell called The Age of Entitlement, which talks about how we're living under two different systems of constitutional law. When it comes to the First Amendment, originally it was also freedom of association, but now not so much when it comes to employment. So it is a very tricky time that we're living in right now when it comes to how can people, let's say, associate. But at the same time, though, like, okay, here's an example that people may not realize, that back in the Middle Ages, when we're talking about let's say, the Jews and the Gentiles, from what I understand, when the Jews got to, let's say some Jews wanted to become an Apollonian Gentile, all they really had to do back then, it wasn't a racial thing, all they really had to do back then is just convert to Christianity, and henceforth, except for Spain is different, but except for Spain, henceforth they were considered Christians and not Jews anymore. So I am for this open door policy for people when it comes to, like, give a person a chance to prove themselves that they are going to vibe with your community, not just put some draconian laws in place that say these people of this type should never associate or be allowed, you know, because, like, Jeremiah, to your point, that is the state taking charge of people's responsibilities. But here in this vision, like, people would have a choice of, let's say, who they want to vibe with, but at the same time, I would still prefer to just, like, give a person a chance to show that they have what it takes to be a part of your society. If they show that they're not going to be a part of your society, that their values are inherently opposite yours, then you shouldn't let them into your society. But otherwise, whatever.
So you mean
thing,
like patchwork, Lev? You mean like
then that would
Mulbuggy
be
and
100% your choice. That would be your society's choice. And like, that's the thing. That's the reason you have Ancapistan and Comistan and Sinistan and Muchistan, like all these sorts of different societies that could exist within an anarchist paradigm that cannot exist within a statist one. And you want to bring up the Constitution. Let me bring up Lysander Spooner. Nevertheless, the writer thinks it proper to say that, in his opinion, the Constitution is no such instrument as it has generally been assumed to be, but that by false interpretations and naked usurpations, the government has been made in practice a very widely and almost wholly different thing from what the Constitution itself purports to authorize. He has heretofore written much and could write much more to prove that such is the truth, but whether the Constitution really be one thing or another, this much is certain, that it has either authorized such a government as we have had or has been powerless to prevent it. In either case, it is unfit to exist. So let me be very specific. That completely detonates the idea that the Constitution was the safeguard. It never was. It was paper. People safeguard what they want to safeguard, and a people that built their society based on the allowance of things like slavery probably aren't that interested in fucking freedom, which is why the Federalists, overwhelmingly represented in the slaveholding populations of the founders, were the ones who didn't want to abolish, and why the anti-federalists were the ones who had to put forth the Bill of Rights that guaranteed you freedom of jack fucking shit, because the Constitution isn't worth the paper it's shat on.
Yep.
Well, I think that argument, though, is a reinforcement of religious institutions, because whereas the government didn't survive. When was Spooner writing? The 1850s, 1840s?
I think this was like 1870 some or other.
Okay, whenever it was. I mean, this is less than 100 years removed from when that's written down. But a culture that has shared values. The Anabaptists are a really good example of this. We still see them today in the Amish and in the Mennonites and in a roundabout way in the Quaker community. They removed themselves. They physically removed themselves from society and went and lived in the woods and started a parallel society.
They went their own way.
Yeah, and they left. And I think that is maybe to some of the more traditionalists. I don't really know what all of your guys' political stuff is, but
I'm a hedgehog.
All right. What all of the more traditionalist stuff would there's a large contingent of libertarians who use libertarianism and the philosophy as a limiting or eliminating factor for the state. But what happens after that is more of a different discussion. I mean, I don't want, I like Jeremiah fine. We'd probably be good neighbors, but I would probably live in a community that had very similar beliefs to mine.
We have a comment from Aman Saad who says, at some point, you physically remove yourself from all territory if you do this. Better way is to hold territory.
Well, I have a quote from Mark Fisher, if that could probably maybe demonstrate something. So this is from Capitalist Realism. This was his magnum opus before he killed himself. He says, Zizek is right to argue that far from constituting any kind of progressive corrective to the official capitalist ideology, liberal communism constitutes the dominant ideology of capital now. Flexibility, nomadism, spontaneity are very hallmarks of management in a post-Fordist control society. But the problem is that any opposition to flexibility and decentralization risks being self-defeating, since calls for flexibility and centralization are, to say the least, not likely to be very galvanizing. In any case, resistance to the new is not fundamentally a cause the left can or should rally about. Capital thought very carefully about how to break labor, yet there is still yet not been enough thought about what tactics will work against blah 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 capitalism. I think it's the reason I bring this up is because it's going to what the problem I think with discussing these sorts of things, because what we're seeing now is an environment where decentralization actually helps the apparatuses of power in a lot of ways.
Yes.
And there's no easy solution to a lot of them. So, for example, the tech companies would be like the go-to example. Because when you talk about this decentralization and things of this nature, you're neglecting the sort of the intangible aspects of power that can use these things to their advantage. And of course, Mark Fisher being a, what would you say, fundamentalist Marxist would be one, but also like the trad argument would be that, well, why is it that, you can't, use antitrust laws against OnlyFans? Like, how come we can't do that? Like, how come it's so seductive to go down a certain path in life when these forces of commodification make it so easy to just implode any social relation that we've all agreed beforehand is good, but yet we can't defend it because that would require some form of power that's greater than, corporations or whatnot. So This is the problem. It's the fact that the societies of control are fundamentally different than this sort of like 19th century Enlightenment liberal view of what power is. This is,
so here's the thing. Decentralization is not a god. It's a wrench. You don't fucking decentralize. You don't call decentralization some amorphous concept that people only think helps the little guy. That's bullshit. Decentralization, just like anything else, can help the state. Your tanky movement can help the state. Everything can help the state if the state uses it properly. Entryism and infiltration and misuse of any sort of mechanization constantly needs vigilance to avoid. And if you don't think so, if you think that there's some sort of like critique of decentralization that's exclusive to decentralization, I challenge you to fucking prove it, because ultimately when you talk about these things, you're talking about them in a vacuum, as though your particular ideology, which you by the way have not stated, your particular ideology is somehow immune. Otherwise, it's not a criticism
bro,
of
I'm beyond ideology, bro.
Otherwise, no, you're not. Otherwise, decentralization.
Yes, everything's
not,
ideology. I know.
Otherwise, there's no exclusive critique to decentralization that you can't place to everything else. And because of that, the critique isn't really of decentralization. It's of the abuse of power and the abuse of structures and systems by power itself. Because power, it corrupts. And if that's the case, then you need to avoid the structures which enable power the most, and that will reduce the amount that power can corrupt, which means decentralization, while sure a pressure release mechanism, while sure can prevent rebellion, can prevent workers rising up, decentralization is still the only modus for which social change can be brought, because currently the power structures are heavily centralized, and unless you decentralize them at least somewhat, you're fucked. So feel free to be fucked if you want. I'm good.
But we have. I mean, we've gotten rid of a lot of laws on media, and that's sort of like, for example, the code in Hollywood. We got rid of that, and look at the
after the laws were already made. And now we have thousands of copyright laws on the books. The laws aren't less, they're more. They're just in more places.
Copyright is bullshit, but that's, I mean,
the laws on media
is that we're arguing.
I just wanted to say,
we're arguing on different levels of power here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's
Jeremiah.
But why are you concerned with that?
Wait, hold on.
I mean, I thought we were supposed to...
Wait. Gio, one second.
I gotta go.
Yeah.
I gotta go. I just wanted to say, hey, Jeremiah, you're actually not that bad. I was just fucking around because someone in the BTR chat was like, hey, I bet you won't ask him if he's gotten pussy. And I was like, okay. So I just did it. It wasn't that deep. I'm sorry about that. You're actually, hold on.
There's nothing to be sorry for. It's funny.
No. I'm just sorry because I saw you have a Spurg fit on cam and I didn't really mean to incite that in you. And a lot of the things that you say are not like, a lot of the things that you're saying aren't really like I find myself agreeing with a lot of them, and you're dispelling a lot of the preconceptions that a lot of people I feel like might have about Reddit tier libertarianism. They might not necessarily feel that way if you speak these points as saliently as you are to them. But that being said, I just want to say you're cool, and thanks for having me here, and it was really enlightening, and I really appreciate it.
Well, hey, see you on Twitter then.
It's good to see you,
Wait,
Vincent.
what?
See you on Twitter then.
See you,
Follow
bud.
me at Insanity
All
is
right,
free
see
if you
ya.
want to have a worse day.
I'll follow you. Bye.
Bye-bye. By the way, I really love this gentleman's beard. I was just posting some memory
That's
TV
fantastic.
stuff. My personality forces people to treat me with respect. That is something. So, Gio, you were saying
about what?
Well, you were talking before about Jeremiah, but then I get distracted by the beard.
Oh no, yeah. The ideology is a spook, I guess you could say.
Every
I don't know
reality is
about
a
that.
spook. I'm a solipsist.
By the way, Mark Passio
Whoa.
has a thing or two to say about solipsism, as I recall. I still
Mark
get
Passio is such a bad example of how to run libertarian thought.
Isn't that guy a Satanist or something? Or I'm thinking of someone else.
You're probably thinking of somebody else. I think he considers himself a Christian. But he totally like that. He's a good example of what not to do, in my opinion, because he completely reframes the definition of words in order to make sure people agree with him, rather than like actually studying what things mean and getting people to agree with him post that. Like he has these really long slideshows where he like gives people a very narrow like view of the world with his specific interpretation of words, even if they go directly counter to the definition of the word and the etymological origin of the word. Which is why he thinks atheists can't be anarchists, because he's completely redefined a lot of things in order to fit within his narrow rubric. And as a result, he's got an entire like theistically rooted philosophy of, you know, believe what I believe or you're not a true Christian. So I'm not a big fan of him, like, or a truly devout person. Like, to me, he's a good example of a personality cult.
This guy sounds like a total statist.
He meets in hotels. He does fucking slideshows. Why? Don't sell me a timeshare. I don't need to go to Honolulu.
Now,
Gotta
when it
respect
comes
the
to
grip, though. Gotta respect the
when it
grip.
comes to him explaining solipsism, do you agree or disagree with the following definitions he brings out? So he says, it denies that there is truth outside of one's own mind, or it denies that it's possible to know the truth, or it denies that it's possible to communicate any truth to others.
False, true, false. I believe in methodological solipsism, which is strictly a way to interface with the world. It's not necessarily a total like admonition of the world as a concept. It's a way to interface with the world and say, like, you know, oh, well, this is holistically not provable 100%, so we have to go off assumptions, and those assumptions are what drive our understanding of reality.
Sure. I mean, I don't really have a viewpoint one way or another right now. I'm still very much in the first stages of learning about philosophy. Like we have John, aka Small Follower, who is very much into Aristotle, and he recommended a particular reading order for Aristotle, starting with categories and all that boring stuff, and you know, eventually getting to the juicier bits. But no,
I'm a cynic, so I'm a bad person to have that conversation with. I definitely prefer Diogenes. Aristotle, Aristotle, Socrates, and Plato can all suck a dick.
Interesting.
Can I give you constructive criticism, Jeremiah? I think you do have a lot of really good stuff to say, and I think that's what what's his name that left a few minutes ago was saying.
But I'm an asshole. My presentation sucks.
I am about to say that, but I do think that it's something that you could improve on, and I think it would be very valuable to spreading, you know, the liberty message.
Well, maybe, but if I was somebody else, why would I be invited when they're already
You know
here?
what, Jake? Some people say that to me too, and I'm like, you know what? Just,
Bro, what do you have against
do,
Plato, by the way? What do you have against Plato?
You do you.
I'm
Jeremiah's
not,
gonna do
I'm
him.
not, I'm
and
not,
he's gonna improperly spread some messages. It's the inefficiency of, you know, just talking to people. It's right. We're humans. We're not perfect. That's okay. I embrace it. Listen, Jeremiah, I like it. So whatever Jake is saying, I think he's just hating because he's so likable. That's what I'm thinking.
That's probably true.
So here's the thing that's wrong with Plato. He was the first essentialist. For any of you who like I don't know. I make a lot of people sad by posting that I look at all the sides of things, but it's true. And one of the people that I really like, because he puts a lot of things in a lot of easy to digest forms, is Peter Coffin. He made a great
we had him on.
A great couple points about essentialism specifically, and essentialism being the failure of many modern movements, and also the reason that things can get so bad. Plato was the first essentialist, which is why that stupid piece of shit called humans nothing but featherless bipeds and was immediately proven wrong. There's all like, let me find this quote because I think it'd be valuable to read. Forever.
What is this
There.
video? Men bad. I don't know what I'm looking at here.
But I mean,
it's okay.
then,
So H.L. Mencken. For every complex problem, there is an answer that is clear, simple, and wrong. That's perfect. It's 100% perfect. So everything you think is based on assumptions, and those assumptions are all based on principles that could be incorrect. And that means the simpler you try to make things, the less likely you are to hit the mark. So ultimately,
wow.
I don't like Plato because Plato always tried to make things so simple that he sounded deep. He was like the first Reddit fucking commenter. And so I just like him strongly.
Well, I don't know. That's
I agree with that to a degree.
Because I think he failed to acknowledge the complexities of life.
But I bring this up because I guess now that we're talking about essentialism, what do you like? Yeah, someone in the chat go to Old Book Club. About essential, like how far are you willing to sort of go with that? Because I know that well, I don't know if you would consider him BreadTube now because Peter has had quite a dramatic falling out with a lot of them.
I don't give a fuck who calls what tube. If it's good information, I'll absorb it and promote it.
No, but I mean, I guess the railing against essentialism, I feel, is a source of a lot of the problems that we're talking about nowadays. I mean, if you're going to go so far as some kind of like Butlerian, like, you know, performativity theory, like what do you think of essential? Like, what do you mean by that? Like, what mean? Yeah. Oh, see, as soon as we talk about Plato, the modern hermeticist is coming in. So in the chat.
So here's the problem with essentialism, because what essentialism is it's trying to boil somebody or something down to an essence that you can either like control or like disavow or accept. I don't do that. There are elements of things that are good and might be something that you should pull out and acknowledge. And calling somebody bad simply because they're X is almost never true. To me, like, you know, if you're a Nazi, I don't like you. If you're a tanky, I don't like you. If you're a pedo, I don't like you. There are things that will make me avoid you as a person. But that doesn't mean that you can't also have a great idea on taxation. That doesn't mean that you can't also think that like stabbing a puppy with a rake is wrong. So like the idea that because somebody thinks something that's like that you disagree with, that you throw the baby out with the bathwater, that's the essence of essentialism. It's also that's like sort of, I guess, what you would call the performative aspect of essentialism. The sort of inductive aspect of essentialism is to say everything has to be cut and dried, and if it's not, I'm out. And that's a coward's way out to me. Human beings are so much more complex than a featherless biped. And the fact that he then said with broad flat nails, no, there are plenty of featherless bipeds with broad flat nails, and he had never seen a platypus. So like, to be very specific, well, I mean, I guess they're not a fucking biped, whatever. There are examples I could bring up, but the idea is that you don't try to boil things down. You look at everything in as many components as possible, and then you come to a conclusion about those components individually. Then you can say that, you know, X could be improved with the addition of Y, right? You can say that that X is fine if we subtract Z. And then you can refine and fine-tune things to be better for everyone, not just for some cunt in the middle of a philosophical forum saying that, you know, everything is boilable downable. I'm not one of those people. That's the
But
reason. That's the reason. That's the reason. That's the reason. That's the reason I suck at brevity, because I'm not very good at boiling things down, and because I don't think it's very helpful. My articles are very long. They're usually like 7,000 to 9,000 words, because I don't like the idea of avoiding and missing certain things, because I tried to be brief. Brevity.
Can I counter something on that real quick?
Brevity.
I don't think that's what Plato meant. That was just a
brevity.
Brevity
may be the soul of wit, but it is not the soul of fact, reason, or reality.
Wait, who wants to counter it?
I do real quick.
I think everybody here.
It's nothing too serious. It's just, it seems like the simplicity of like, it doesn't always have to boil down to a yes or no question, but I feel like people in our sphere identify with that more because it's so counter to like Keynesian economics and bullshitting things with like a complex idea and having all of this like math and whatever to like back it up and, you know, to distract.
But Keynes was just wrong. I mean, the broken window fallacy is easy.
Okay, cool. Carry on. I'm digging it.
See, the thing about Keynes is that you can prove him wrong by looking at demand-side economics, by looking at the fact that the broken window fallacy is still a thing. You know, the Taylor.
You're right. That's not a one word or one reason answer. So
just reminds me of that scene from The Fifth Element where the arms dealer, he like breaks the glass and he's like, look, but now all those little creatures have jobs to do.
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking about the broken window fallacy. Great
Jeremiah,
movie,
I
by
want
the
to
way, great
understand.
sci-fi.
Jeremiah, I want to understand a little bit more about why we don't try to simplify our messages, essentially discovering the fundamental elements of our existence.
Yeah,
but I don't think that Plato was
value
I don't
in
think
simplicity.
essentialism. My counterpoint would be I don't think essentialism is really trying to break down the human into something fundamentally "quote unquote" simple, as in quantitatively simple. Like
yeah,
there's,
like
there's
unless
so
if
much
essentialism
more...
is used as a tool for manipulation.
What is
Keynesian
essentialism
economics.
but that?
Yeah, but then in the same breath, earlier in the stream you were arguing against sort of the postmodern view of things, but yet now you're coming around to it saying that essentialism is bullshit. So I don't know. It's just it seems that
postmodernism isn't anti-essentialist. In fact,
that's the definition of postmodernism right there.
No,
I mean,
it's not. In fact, one of the truths of postmodernism.
So Leotard was wrong then? Was Leotard? I don't. What is your definition of postmodernism? Okay, just yes, because I wasted so much time in university. But just tell me what is your definition of postmodernism?
First off, why don't you describe this? If you want to decide what I'm thinking, why don't you describe what I'm thinking?
But I don't know what you're thinking. Like no, but I'm just saying about anti-essentialism is a key tenet of postmodernism, being against sort of greater meta-narratives. At least that's the academic definition of it. But go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted you.
I didn't deny that it was a component. I said it wasn't that postmodernism involved a lot more than that. And I didn't, honestly, earlier, I was going against post-truth, not postmodernism. Post-truth sucks. We should be able to verify facts. Now there are so many facts that we can't verify anything. Like, that's what I don't like. You know, I didn't say postmodernism is bad. I said post-truth is bad.
Okay, that makes, I mean, the argument, I think, at least from a lot of, you know, how should you say this? Like Reason Magazine people would be that post-truth is yeah, like those type of people that say that post-truth is a component of postmodernism, which I don't know. I guess in some like basic bitch way you could say maybe, but
they're separate. They might complement each other in some ways, but they're separate. Any serious analysis of academic literature would say that they're separate. So I separated them in my mind, and I'm not going to go off on postmodernism right now when all I want to do is assess post-truth. Truth specifically is still ascertainable. It's just harder now because of all these people with their bullshit narratives and their lies. So I push back against lies because I like truth, strangely enough. That's what I was saying earlier.
What? No.
Yeah, Modern Hermeticist, I should have said a Quilette People, but yeah, Reason Magazine would be another. Yeah, I think.
And just to say this,
Magazine.
Reason Magazine is a great example of the infiltration of big money into libertarianism. Go ahead. What?
Yeah, that's true. They're cucked out now. They've almost went to left to libertarianism, to use like a retrograde word, cuck. No, I think that see, I'm in a weird position being someone who I would classify as what would you say? Postmodern right, something like that. I do think that there's something more to essentialism than just defining things down into a simple thing. But at the same time, I find it difficult to sort of find a way out of reconciling our postmodern or hypermodern epoch with sort of any sort of how should we say, any sort of political ontology that's solid, that won't instantly just melt down like everything else. It seems that all of our projects, including the sort of ideological frameworks that we come from, they're all almost destined to melt into this mush, because the forces that we're dealing with
you're
in
like
modernity
Thaddeus Russell and Michael Malice, but they're baby.
Yeah, well, we got to get Michael Malice on the show, by the way, Lev. What's going to happen with that?
That's the problem, though, is that post-truth is what allows it to be that muddy. Without rationalism, without anchors to the ground, you're a lost ship. Easy. It's really like that's the simplest way I can put it, and that's the thing.
Right.
Like you're saying that essentialism isn't boiling things down to something simple so that you can either accept it or reject it. I would challenge that and ask you to prove it. That's what I would do.
Well, you got to read some Rene Cunyon, bro. You got to read some Julius Evola. No, I'm kidding. I'm only half kidding. What I mean is that, well, okay, use the example of Plato. Of course, there's something more going on there than I think what a lot of sort of people interpret Plato as being. Well, for example, in the Republic, a lot of, from Marxists like Alain Badiou to libertarians like fucking Stefan Molyneux, they interpret it as simply merely a political grid of action instead of the more metaphysical parts of the Republic. For example, in like the later chapters, particularly chapter 10, where you look at the Republic as something of creating a community of souls rather than a community of mortals. Of course, that's the Heidegger community of mortals. There's something. This is what I mean, because if we're going to look at basically essentialism as the way Platonism and Neoplatonism were distorted throughout the ages from the Enlightenment onwards, then of course you could say yes, it's boiling down the subject into a simple thing. But at the same time, there's something. There's a lot more going on.
I'm not talking about Plato himself. See, Plato himself is long dead. The only thing we have from him are telephone games and artifacts. That's it. We have the vision of Plato, not Plato himself. So when I talk about Plato, I'm talking about him as a construct, not him as a mortal being.
We do have a comment, by the way, from Stephen Paul King. Jeremiah, could you imagine Plato reasoning from a relationalist perspective instead of the absolutist frame that he is known for? And then he says,
I could imagine it,
then
but
Plato would have been a
example.
delusion.
And then he says, essentialism seems to have a requirement for the absolutist perspective.
Yeah. I mean, okay, yeah. What does you want me to say to that? Absolutism is essential to essentialism. Without absolutes, there can be no essence to distill things to. What?
Yeah. Well, we're gonna have to wait for his comment to see what he says. I'm on the standing desk, by the way, so I don't know how long we're gonna be going from now. I mean, we have a good amount of people watching it, 31 people watching. Everybody, please subscribe right now. Those who have not subscribed yet, you don't know what you're missing. We are gonna have so much good shit for you in the months to come. You don't even know. I'm not even going to say what it is. Gio, you sort of know what it is right now. We've talked about it a little bit before. I don't know if you want to spill the beans now about one of those things, though. What we talked about in the messenger.
Hey, before that, I'm going to hop off, but thanks a lot for the invite. It was super fun.
Thank
I'm
you,
looking
Phil.
forward to to more shit.
Well,
so
tomorrow
thanks for having me.
you're coming with us tomorrow. Free for all Friday.
See you, man.
Yeah.
I've also got to hop off for dinner.
Nice. Well,
So.
have a great dinner. And
All
guys, I will see you
Good to see
tomorrow
you guys.
for Free for All Friday. That's going
Bye,
to
guys.
start at 4 p.m. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate you coming in.
Yeah,
Free-
thank you for having us.
Thanks, everyone.
Viva libertarianism.
No.
Sure.
And Free for
Viva
All
la
Friday.
tanky.
I can't believe there's someone called Putana in the chat.
Oh,
My
it's
God,
beautiful.
That's
Hey,
fucking
real
amazing.
quick before I hop off, what
Yeah, I
the
gotta
fuck's a
roll too,
tanky?
guys. Take care.
It's not racist against
oh.
tank top wearers, is it?
No, a
Someone
tanky-
did
a
nothing
tanky-
wrong.
a
That's
tanky is
the
some-
tanky right
A
there.
tanky is
tanky-
somebody who believes
One
and,
at a time. Shut up.
apologizes
Jeremiah, what's
for
a tanky? Shut up.
Stalinism
Jeremiah.
and Leninism. A
What?
tanky is an apologist for Stalinism or Leninism.
Oh,
Authoritarian
fuck tankies.
communism.
We had a tanky on
What
the
are you
show.
talking about? Tankies are the most based and red-pilled communists. What are you
Oh,
talking
Jesus
about?
Christ. They're- okay. One
the
time,
red pill is the one that
I'm
lets
gonna
the
take
white rabbit away from the
tanky,
system.
and I'm gonna like bastardize it like they bastardize liberal, and this is what tanky means now. So fuck all y'all.
Excellent. I know I'm with you.
Well,
When I'm not wearing this black shirt that you see before you, I'm wearing a tank top at all times.
Why
So-
don't you wear one all
Although
the time?
tankies
It's
are
your fucking
severely
show.
mentally ill, in
black
my
shirt.
opinion, but that's
I know. I
That's
like the
neither here
I
nor
like the
there.
black shirt style. The tank tops, they're a little bit. I don't know. They look a little bit too. I don't even know what to describe.
the
it as.
ultimate, the
They're all
ultimate, the
worn and
ultimate,
torn.
the ultimate red pill is that all systems are wrong, including mine.
There you go.
And with
We've-
that, peace out.
We've arrived full circle. So, Lev, to spill the beans, yeah, to answer Modern Hermeticist, we're going to start doing painting streams soon. First, I think our first one will be, I don't know, maybe the weekend. We'll do like a solid time, but eventually we're going to bring on other artists too that Lev knows and maybe I know. Maybe I'll get some of my friends to like, we'll like draw or paint the same subject. We'll do that. Look at this. I like the name Geo because I picked the tuna fishing. I know now the other me. Yeah, you know putana, what it means in Italian. It means, wow, never mind.
No, that's what I pointed out in the beginning.
Don't worry
when I read
about it.
that. Yeah, putana sounds a lot. Yeah. Well, okay. So anyway, for tomorrow. Okay, for tomorrow, Free for All Friday. It's starting at 4 p.m. and we are gonna have Gruel Society come in. And Gruel Society, for those who don't know, Gruel Society, it's Vinny, who is a monkey respecter, highly autistic PWAM, all around good guy.
Oh, amazing!
And he hates Mark Skurman. Who is Mark Skurman? Does anybody know who this?
He
Mark
must be anti-monkey.
Okay, Mark Skurman, a graphic artist, co-creator, and publisher with Mark Moran of Weird New Jersey magazine. So I don't really know that much about him, but there we go. That's who he hates. Anyway, he has a Patreon, Gruel Society. I'm going to link it in the chat. And it is about a conspiracy theory having to do with the Dulce base conspiracy. Cryptids, UFOs, other paranormal things. So that's what we're going to be talking about tomorrow. One of the things that we're going to be talking about tomorrow, among so many other things.
Where the fuck do we get these people?
Yakov on for that.
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna have. Yeah, I was gonna say that we gotta have Yakov on.
Well, unfortunately, I don't think Yakov is going to be able to make it this time around. Neither a Serpent Mound, but this is a good thing because it means that we're going to do another one touching on this as well. So I want to bring both of those cats in for a cryptid conversation coming up really soon. And anyway, with that being said, what else do we have in line for you guys? And this is kind of like the conclusion. And I do want to thank everybody here. Jeremiah, you were a fucking rock star today. I really appreciate your energy. And this was a really fun
Gotta love
stream.
it.
Yeah, so thank you so much for being here. So now I'm going to read the other things that we have planned. So like Gio said, weekends, we're going to try to make like either Saturday or Sunday. I don't know which one's better for you, Gio. I mean, Saturdays are kind of sleepy, I find, in terms of the audiences. But Sundays, I think they're a little bit...
Yeah, probably Sunday. Sunday is probably better.
So,
because if we have Free For All Friday, then it would be too much.
Oh,
right?
God.
So, yeah.
Oh, I can't even think of
There
that.
you go.
Yes. I mean, yes. So here's what we have planned. Okay. So tomorrow, Free For All Friday, here's who's coming in. Mercurian Cowboy. D Proximus. So we're not going to have Yakov, but we are going to have D Proximus.
Oh, Sonny versus Jeremiah in the chat. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh God, that must happen. Absolutely.
Jesus
I mean,
Christ.
Sonny. Sonny's got school right now, but hopefully we're going to be able to bring him in later. So Mr. Psu, who we had today, Phil, he's going to come in tomorrow. Disco Orpheus, Haka Says, and Vinny Gruel Society, Modern Hermeticist, and Hermes S. Thurston. Those people are coming in tomorrow. And then Britain stream. We're going to have a stream about merry old England or Britain or whatever. That's going to be happening on October 6th.
The home of liberalism.
October 6th. And we're going to
have... homo liberalism.
Homo liberalism.
Oh, God. I hope we're going to have Matthew the Stoat. So if we start... And we are going to start earlier because it's British. So everybody's early there. So Matthew the Stoat. We're going to have... Cowbund, I don't know how to pronounce his name, Disco Orpheus, Made a Nomad, and Ants 29. You remember that movie, Ants, with Woody Allen, who played the ant?
Oh, nice.
Yes, that was a good movie. And then Thursday, October 8th, Furries. We're going to have a furry stream coming up Thursday, October 8th. I want all you guys to come in here, especially Hotep Sophia. Hotep Sophia,
and
please
hopefully we'll
in.
have the philosophy stream soon as well.
Yes.
I don't know if you want me in for that one, Lev.
That's going to be cray-cray.
Get me on.
Get
me on, Lev. I'm a brony. Get me on.
I hope they're going to wear fursuits. I hope they're going to come in the fursuits. Anyway, what else do we have after that? We're going to have another free-for-all Friday. Maybe not on Friday, Friday, October 9th. Maybe we're going to have the painting instead on the weekend that week. Then we have End of History. That's a subject that I want to cover. Ooh. October 13th, and that one's going to be, of course, Gio is going to be bringing in the fire, and we're also going to have, hopefully, Logo Daedalus, Joel Davis, Small Follower, and Alexander Bard. Alexander Bard is going to be back.
Oh,
that's
some heavyweights in that. Holy cow.
Yes, End of History show, October 13th, Tuesday. And then I want to do a Life After Death episode talking about the afterlife and stuff like that on October 15th. I want to have a meme day on October 20th, but otherwise things are open. There are a few guests that Gio and I talked about maybe bringing in, so we're going to see. The rest of the weeks, we want your suggestions. Tell us who you want to bring on, and we're going to look into it and see if we can bring them on. And let's do shout-outs before we go. So we had a really good chat today. We have Aman Sadhu, our great patron, Aman. And by the way, we may also have somebody who is from a very high-up organization tomorrow in the patron-only after-hours episode. Now, I don't know exactly how it's going to go down. Maybe they're not coming. But if they are coming, patrons who are listening to this right now, message me. Let me know if you're going to be available tomorrow, Friday, for the after-hours. Anyway, we have Aman Sadhu, Byzantium Archon, Buff, Kyle Napoleon. Gio, do you want to read some of them? I really like the way that you read them.
Sure. We got Delirious Trigger 2, Hermes Thurston, Aman Sadhu, obviously, Byzantium Archon, Amutu. Of course, we got Modern Amutu. Of course, we got a Modern Hermeticist.
Mm-hmm. Putuna.
We got Mahuta. Oh, sorry.
Putuna.
Putana.
Putana.
We got Stephen Paul King. We got Flavortown Resident. We got who else do we got? See, I'm pretending to be Ghost from True Capitalist Radio. We got Buff, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Earlier we had
Erica Payne. There was a whole thing with Erica Payne.
Ben Apgar. Apgar.
Endless
Cal
Had.
Napoleon, obviously. We always have Wong Kar-wai superfan XOXOXO.
Yes.
XOXOXO. We got The Problem. We got Spiritly. And
we got Delirium. We got Delirium Trigger too.
So, Endless Had. There you go.
Endless Had.
And shout out to Castizo Futurism. Shout out to who else? Yeah, I'm trying to think of Twitter people that watch the show.
Well,
but
first of all, shout out to what's going on with me today. Shout out to someone who is here right now. Well, not right now, but someone who was here in the chat, who is the great Zero HP Lovecraft. Shout out to Zero HP Lovecraft in the chat.
Shout out.
Shout out to Isidore. Shout out to Tom Maxwell.
Be yourself. Be yourself, Isidore. Yes. All right, guys, this is it. Thank you guys so much for watching. I love you. I appreciate everybody here. I mean, there's nothing much. Yeah, there's nothing much else I could say except, I mean, fuck it. Let me just say a dream that I had earlier on, since I'm gonna end it out with the dream. Here we go. So, I was going over a hill as Knuckles in a Sonic game where the new ability was given to him to have a continuous jump along with an animation guy that I wanted to team up with. He made me do an animation test with a cutout style animation program where I had the choice of animating 5 different monkeys. And anyway, that was my dream. Take care, everybody. Don't forget to subscribe. All the new
Were you Knuckles when you were animating?
I saw it from a third-person perspective, and I wasn't animating that. I was in the video game, so I have a lot of video game-related dreams. So it was like I was Knuckles, but I was jumping, like I could continuously jump up and up and up. Like it never, like I keep pressing that button, he kept jumping up. So that was a very interesting part of the game. It was like Sonic Adventure. It was kind of like a Sonic Adventure game. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate all of you. Mwah! Good night, everybody, and don't